National Anthem coming up, and then first pitch here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network, and we'll let you take a listen.
Rodman, we would ask you at this time to kindly stand and remove your caps.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the Rockies regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Another beautiful national anthem here at Sinsheimer Stadium. This one sung by Alyssa Rodman here in Game 1 of two-game series between the Orange County Riptide and your San Luis Obispo Blues. And let's get you the starting lineup for the visiting Riptide. It starts with Isaiah Morales, the second baseman from Saddleback Community College. Nathan Cadena, the first baseman from San Jose State, will hit second. Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State, hits third. Then it's Reese Chapman, the Tennessee right fielder and a huge phenom, newcomer of sorts to the Orange County Riptide, just tearing it up in the South. More on that later. Aiden Garcia, the catcher from Golden West College, hits fifth. It's Daniel Garatti, the Oregon shortstop, who hits in the sixth spot. Bottom third of the order is Patrick Haxworth, the DH from UCSD, Cooper Dulick, the Creighton third baseman, and Nick Upstill, the left fielder from Pepperdine. On the hill for your San Luis Obispo Blues, it's Justin Fell, the right-hander heading to Gonzaga. 6 foot, 190-pound arm, 1.50 ERA across 2 starts so far for the Blues. First time he went up 2 innings against the Foresters. It was an okay start, but that last time, an awfully dominant performance against the Foresters again, where he got the Blues the win last Monday. He was just absolutely dominant in that outing. 4 innings, no runs, 2 hits, a walk, 5 Ks, and he was dialing up the fastball all the way up to 93 miles an hour. He's got 7 Ks to just 1 walk so far in the summer for the Blues, and now he's making his third start, and the first time, luckily for him, he doesn't have to face the Foresters. The Tacoma Community College transfer will take the hill against the Riptide. A fastball in the low 90s, a slider that he throws the other most percentage of the time, mid-70s, and a changeup. We've only seen it a couple times so far this summer. It's come in the low 80s. Here's the defense for the Blues behind their Gonzaga right-hander. It's Jariah Lewis in left, Nin Burns in center, Matt Massiangelo in right. Right side of the infield is Hansen and DiCarlo. Left side, O'Hara and Ricken. Zach Tollerman DHs, and it's Matt Spear, the San Jose State catcher, behind the plate. Well, we're ready for baseball here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. It'll be Isaiah Morales, Nathan Cadena, and Grady Morgan, the 3 duet for the Riptide here in Game 1 of this 2-game set. Second series between these two teams this summer. First, the Blues with that sweep in Orange County. But that was over a month ago, so these two teams have not met in quite a while. Riptide, first time here in Sinsheimer Stadium, and we're ready here for the top of the first. Fell the righty, and the 0-0 home. Morales takes high. 1 ball and no strikes. First pitch a minute late, 6:06 p.m. 73-degree day here in Sinsheimer Stadium. Perfect temperature for a luau night. 1-0. Morales hits it in the air towards center. In comes Nin Burns, a little over to his right. He puts his glove up, and he makes the catch, 1 away. So now Nathan Cadena will come to the plate, the first baseman from San Jose State. Cadena, a .273 average with 10 runs batted in. Interesting series here for the Blues. They played the Riptide so well the first time. But that was back really the first week of the league summer. The Riptide were 4-0 when the Blues rolled in. The Blues got the 2-game sweep, but a lot of things have changed since then. And the Riptide currently in second place in the South. Kadena takes a first pitch fastball a little bit high, 1 ball and no strikes. Riptide through 26 games are 16-10, 2.5 back of first place. Blues are 11-12, they're 6 games back, trying to get to 500. 1-0. Kadena spoils it foul above the netting and into the fans. 1-1. The Blues have a chance, if they are able to get to 500, it would be the first time since the second league game of the year. Back when they took Game 2 versus the Foresters to open the league summer. It's been a whole lot of sub-500 play for the Blues since. 1-1 on the way. And Kadena takes a front door slider a little off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Big litmus test here for San Luis Obispo as they try to charge forward for a playoff spot. You got to beat the best. Kadena swings and misses at the fastball. 2-2 the count. That one 90 miles an hour out of the hand of Feld. And it evens up the count. Kadena at the plate. Grady Morgan on deck. Feld works from the windup. Third base side of the rubber. He strides and shoots. And Kadena pops it up foul. Kadena, 6 foot, 195-pound right-hand hitter. He'll be a junior this next season at San Jose State. Placentia, California native. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Blues defense plays straight up here in the first. Feld fiddles with his glove, brings it home, and he struck him out. Fastball above the zone at 90, right past the bat of Kadena. That's the first strikeout for Feld. 2 away here in the first. So now it'll be Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State. Morgan, a .257 average, a home run, 5 runs batted in. Comes up with 2 away here in the first. So a lot of what we've seen from Feld, he throws that fastball primarily at the top of the zone. You're going to see fastballs up, sliders down. He'll occasionally mix in that changeup. You never really see the fastball at the lower part of the zone as he misses high here, 1-0. I think his philosophy is he's got the velocity. Just let it ride at the top of the zone. Normally when pitchers can throw above 90, it almost feels like it's got that rising action where the ball just carries through the zone. 1-0. Morgan pops it up the other way and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. We were looking at the heat map of Justin Feld, or where he hits the strike zone. He's got some of the best command so far through 6 innings on the Blues staff, where every fastball is up for the most part, every slider is down. Low amount of hangers in the strike zone. 1-1. Morgan takes the slider low. He'd much rather miss with the slider there than miss with the slider over the plate. So it's the velocity up in the zone and the soft stuff down. That slider, 74 miles an hour. So you're looking at a speed differential of over 15 miles an hour from fastball to slider. 2-1 on the way. Morgan hits it in the air, left center field. Over is Jariah Lewis, the left fielder, and he makes the one-handed catch with that teal mint glove out in deep left. So a 1-2-3 inning for Feld. We head to the bottom of the first, still scoreless on the SLO Blues streaming network. Blues are coming up here in the bottom of the first. Here's the lineup penned by manager Dean Traynor. It starts with Nin Burns, the center fielder from Cal Poly Pomona, fresh off his ejection in the last game for the Blues. They had a couple of guys tossed from the game in a close contest. Burns right back in the leadoff spot. It's Jariah Lewis, the left fielder from San Jose State, that bats second. Matt Massiangelo, the right fielder from CSU Bakersfield, hits third. JT Ricken, who had the walk-off hit by pitch a couple of days ago from the transfer portal, he bats in the cleanup spot. Matt Spear, the catcher from San Jose State, hits right behind him in the 5-hole. Jason Hansen, the first baseman from UC Davis, shifted down a bit to hit sixth. On the bottom third of the order, it's Zach Tollerman, the DH, Sam DiCarlo, the University of Washington second baseman, and Kate O'Hara, the Texas shortstop, rounding things out. On the hill for the Orange County Riptide, it's Matthew Maloney making his second start of the summer. Maloney, a 6-foot, 220-pound right-hander at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV. A 13.5 ERA and 4 innings pitched so far. And it's been the base runners that have been an issue. 7 hits, 4 walks so far for Maloney through his 4 innings. That's a whip of 2.75. He has struck out 7, but it's the command and the hit ability that have really plagued Maloney so far through his 2 appearances. 1 start, and here he's on the mound for a 3rd time for the Riptide. Bottom of the first for the Blues, game 1 of this 2-game series between San Luis Obispo and Orange County. It'll be Nin Burns, Jariah Lewis, Matt Massiangelo here in the first for the Blues. Burns, a 152 hitter so far for the Blues. 3 runs batted in. Dean Traynor just continues to put the trust in the right-handed hitter at the top of the lineup. He gets on base, though, and he's got great speed. Corners play in. They know Burns is fast. Saw him in the last series. No balls. 1 strike on that fastball at 91 from Matthew Maloney. The Riptide righty, glove set right at his blue belt. Brings it home. And Burns takes a fastball above the zone this time. 1-1. The Blues coming off their second sweep in league play so far this summer. We mentioned the first was that one against Orange County over a month ago. It took the Blues a month to pick up another sweep, and they took 2 of 2 from the Academy Barons this past weekend. It sure wasn't easy. It was a 1-run game in the first game until the Blues scored 4 in the 8th to win 9-4. A walk-off win in the 10th, 2-1 in game 2 as Burns goes around at that high fastball, 2-2 the count. Similar profile between Maloney and Feld. So far, the Riptide righty is going with that 90-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. Very similar to the way that Feld attacked the Riptide in the first. He strides and shoots, and Burns checks his swing at a curveball, fouls it away. Big over-the-top delivery on the breaking ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and that one's 75 miles an hour, also placed to the top of the zone. But a huge drop, and it's because he comes from right behind his ear, well over the top. Another 2-2. Burns flies it foul the other way. So the count's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it's Burns, Lewis, Massiangelo here in the first after Justin Feld worked a scoreless top of the inning. Maloney stares in for his sign, finds the one he wants, brings it home. It's the curveball, and that's well high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's hard to tell whether Maloney changes up the arm slot, but you definitely notice it more on the curveball. He's way over the top. Payoff pitch on the way, and Burns takes it high. So a fastball at 90, but way above the zone. And what do we talk about? Nin Burns gets on base. Runner at first, nobody out for the Blues. Here's the starting defense for the Orange County Riptide. It's up still Morgan Chapman in the outfield from left to right. Cadena and Morales on the right side of the infield. Garati and Dulick on the left side. Hacksworth DHs, and it's Aiden Garcia, the catcher. So here's Jariah Lewis, left fielder from San Jose State, left-handed hitter. 200 average with a home run, 7 runs batted in. Burns the lead off first, and a pick goes there. And the center fielder jumps back in. No slide needed for Burns. We see him do that sometimes. It works. And every now and then it doesn't. Burns 11 for 16 on stolen base attempts so far this summer. Gets a big lead as Maloney works from the stretch. He deals. And Lewis tags it in the air. Right center field. Heading back is the right fielder. Chapman still racing to the track, to the wall. It's off the bottom of the wall. Burns racing around third. He was running all the way. He's in to score. Jariah Lewis to third. It's an RBI triple, and it's 1-0 Blues. Jariah Lewis hit it to the deepest part of the yard and just missed a homer, but comes up with his 8th run batted in, and the Blues are on the board in 2 batters. An absolute tank off the bat of Lewis, 96 off the bat. He hit it 380 feet, really the deepest part of the yard, but the Blues will take it. So Lewis continues to show off the power, 1-0, and now a chance for the Blues to add another. With Lewis at third, Massiangelo coming up, still nobody out. Burns already in to score. First pitch to Massiangelo, and he takes a fastball in the outside corner. That might have been a changeup, 81 miles an hour. No balls and 1 strike. Nice swing from Lewis, and the Blues already in front. It's a big run in a series that means so much for SLO. Trying to add another runner at third, nobody out. 0-1. Massiangelo down swinging on that changeup. No balls and 2 strikes. Chased it well below the zone. And now trying to shorten up with 2 strikes. Poke something up the middle. Defense, especially on the infield, playing back against Massiangelo. Not going to bring it in here with nobody out in the first. Massiangelo, a .333 hitter. 5 runs batted in so far this summer. Trying to pick up another run batted in here. 0-2. And he takes the curveball high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lewis's first triple. A lot of his hits have been extra base hits. Where it came into this game just a 200 hitter, but the power's been there. That's got 2 league home runs. He's got a league triple and a non-league triple and a couple of doubles. Maloney deals. It's a curveball, and did it hit him? It did. Massiangelo plunked on the elbow guard, and the Blues have sent 3 batters to the plate, and they've all reached. That's a gift for Massiangelo, and a 2-strike count. Maloney just hit him with the curveball, and the Blues have runners at the corners with nobody out. So the base runners continue to be an issue for Maloney. We mentioned the 2.75 whip coming into this game, and for those of you that don't know, whip is how many walks and hits you give up per inning. So that meant every inning, on average, that Maloney threw, he was allowing 2.75 base runners. He's already allowed 3 here in the first 3 batters of the game. And now it's JT Ricken, the third baseman. 250 average, 5 runs batted in. One of those, the walk-off hit by pitch just a couple of days ago. Runners at first and third, still nobody out. As Maloney comes home, and Ricken takes outside with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. So you've got Lewis at third, Massiangelo at first. The walk, the triple, the hit by pitch here in the first inning. The UNLV righty shakes, now picks to first, and Massiangelo jumps back in. And this all started with that good at-bat by Burns, where he took some tough pitches, grabbed the walk, which he's been so good at doing so far in league play. Came around all the way to score on the Lewis triple. 1-0. Ricken takes outside again, 2 balls and no strikes. The Blues looking to win their 3rd straight game for the 2nd time in the last couple weeks, and they're off to a good start. Already the 1 run. And you feel like with the way that Maloney's been letting him on here in the first inning, the Blues need to add more. Trying to take advantage of the mistakes by the Riptide righty. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 runners aboard. Another pick to first, and Massiangelo has to swim back in on the dirt. He tried to dive, and he just didn't get very far, though he almost army crawled back to the base, but he's in. Still a 2-0 count on Ricken. Maloney set below the belt. Brings it in, and Ricken takes the curveball in the dirt. A nice block by Garcia, and both runners have to stay put. That was a curveball that was just dive bombing towards home plate, and Garcia slid a bit to his right, angled the chest protector down to keep it near the plate. A 3-ball, no-strike count. A walk would load the bases, and you've got Matt Spear on deck. Maloney throws. Ricken takes. Strike 1 on the fastball. So 3-1 count. That one right on that outside corner at 90 miles an hour. Ricken's up there to hit. He wants a chance to add an RBI. Runners at the corners, nobody away. Another pick to first, and Massiangelo again back in. Massiangelo, not the biggest threat to steal in the world, but we've seen it a little bit more as of late. 3 of 4 on stolen base opportunities. But with the way that the Blues have been able to get runners on, I'm not sure they're going to be angling to give up potential free outs. That's another pickoff move, and Massiangelo dives back in. With a 3-ball count, there's no reason for Massiangelo to run. He might get to second base on a walk either way. Maloney got to come home at some point. He does. And Ricken swings through the fastball, and the count moves full. Another 90-mile-an-hour heater from Maloney. He's got a chance here for the first out of the inning. Fell behind 3-0 to Ricken, and now JT's job is to shorten up, try and put something in play, bring in Lewis from third. Another pick to first. Massiangelo was 2 feet off the bag. We've seen some pitchers that have an obsession with looking over to first, and Maloney so far with the Blues right fielder at the first base bag won't stop looking over there. Payoff on the way. Ricken bounces it on the ground towards first. A clean pick by Cadena. He comes home. Now Jariah Lewis cut it between third and home. Lewis, there's no one at the plate. Lewis comes in to score, and the Riptide give up a run. It's 2-0. Massiangelo tagged out at second. But Lewis got caught in the rundown and a nice heads-up piece of base running. He realized no one was at home. And it's 2-0 Blues. Cadena made the right play at first to come home with the baseball, with Lewis breaking off the bag. His throw went to Garcia, the catcher. Garcia ran back at the runner, Lewis, and you're supposed to have someone taking his place at home. It should have been the pitcher, Maloney, but Maloney didn't cover home plate, so as soon as Garcia released the ball to Dulick, the third baseman, Lewis just a mad dash to home, and another run for the Blues. Well, the Riptide do get the one out with Massiangelo tagged out at second base. So now it's Ricken at first, 1 out, a 2-0 lead. Here's Matt Spear, and Spear takes the curveball low. 1 ball and no strikes. Catcher from San Jose State, a 161 average, a home run, 2 runs batted in. Spear had probably the biggest hit of the ball game the other day in that walk-off win versus the Academy Barons. In the 8th inning, the Blues went into that frame being no hit. So here's the 1-0. Spear takes low with a fastball. Cade O'Hara started the inning with a single. That was a big hit. Eventually stole his way to second, but it was Spear with 2 outs and a 2-strike count, roped a double down the right field line. Brought in the run. That tied the game up at 1 apiece, and then the Blues pitching handled it from there before Ricken was hit by a pitch to end the 10th and give the Blues the win. 2-0. Spear swings over top the changeup. 2-1 the count. So if it wasn't for Spear's double, the Blues probably don't get to extra innings, which means they probably don't win the game. They don't have the chance here today to get to 500. Trying to put together another productive at-bat here, his first time up against the Riptide. A runner at first, that's JT Ricken, and 1 out. Maloney fires, and Spear takes high with a fastball. 3 balls and 1 strike. So Maloney put himself into some trouble, but it was his defense, mainly his own defense, that allowed that second run to score. He should have been at home plate to keep the relay going against Lewis. 3-1 on the way. Spear swings through the fastball. Full count. That was just a 90-mile-an-hour challenge right down the middle of the plate, and Spear a little late for the count full. Ricken with good speed at first, but only 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts as a pick goes there. Coming off that hamstring tear, so he's still trying to find the speed that he had in high school, the ability to get good jumps off first. This has not ran much so far for the Blues. Spear takes a 3-2 fastball high. That's the second walk of the inning. And now runners at first and second with 1 away. So Maloney not helping himself out. He's got the 2 walks, the hit by pitch, his own mental error on defense, not to mention the triple he gave up to Lewis. And now the meeting at the mound to talk with the righty. It's 2-0 Blues. They've got 2 more runners aboard, and it's just been a nightmare of a first inning for Matthew Maloney. I'm starting to understand how that whip was so high coming into this game. The Riptide had a 5-game win streak going into last week, but they went 1-3 on the week in total. Lost 2 games versus the Oaks. That was a big series for Conejo. And the Riptide, who were right on the doorstep of first place, they were a half game back of the Foresters going into that series. They dropped the 2, maybe a little too much pressure for Orange County. Then they end up splitting a 2-game set with Santa Barbara, so a 1-3 week. And they're still 16-10, 2.5 games back of first as they sit in second place. But they have not beat the Blues yet this year, and they're trailing 2-0 here in the first. And the batter will be Jason Hansen. First and second, one out. Hansen, the first baseman from UC Davis, a .297 average, 4 runs batted in. So he takes a first pitch breaking ball off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The Blues have Ricken at second, Spear at first. Already 2 runs across in this inning. Burns started off the frame with a walk. He scored on Lewis's triple, and Lewis came in to score on the fielder's choice by Ricken. 1-0. Hansen takes the fastball high. 2 balls and no strikes. So even with the mound visit, the command is just still not where Maloney wants it. He is, though, 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning if he can roll a double play. Hansen average to slightly above average speed out of the box. Maloney looks to second, brings it home, and that's ball 3. Another fastball high. Took a little off that one, 89 miles an hour. Couldn't place it for a strike. 1 more ball, the bases are loaded. It's Zach Tollerman on deck. The 3-0 home. Hansen takes a fastball center cut. That's the first strike of the at-bat, 3-1. Hansen, in the game the other day, lost his 7-game hit streak. He had that streak dating all the way back to June 28th, but 2 walks, no hits in that game against the Barons. So trying to start another one here in the first. A hit with Ricken's speed would bring in a run. 2 looks to second. Now Maloney brings it home, and Hansen swings through the fastball. The count moves full. It's something about getting to a 3-0 count that gets Maloney going. He's finally realizing he can trust the fastball. The Blues have only really hit 1 ball well in the inning. That was Jariah Lewis's triple. It was off the breaking ball. Blues still trying to figure out the fastball when it's in the zone. Maloney deals, and Hansen swings through. That's another fastball right down the middle. Strikeout number 1, out number 2 here in the first. So a 3-0 count. Hansen got 3 straight fastballs right down the middle, took 1, swung through 2. And Maloney just overpowered him for the strikeout. Here's Zach Tollerman. Tollerman, the designated hitter, a 161 average, 2 runs batted in for the transfer portal entrant. Coming out of Cuesta College, still looking for his next school. Tall right-handed hitter. Tollerman chases the fastball above the zone. That one 90 miles an hour, a lot of late ride. No balls and 1 strike. 2 runners aboard, 2 outs. Blues have already scored 2 runs here in the first. It's Ricken at second, Spear at first. Maloney kicks and deals, and Tollerman pops it up. In the air, right side of the infield. Out goes the catcher Garcia. He ditches the mask and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. A 2-run first for the Blues, just the 1 hit, but Maloney gives them a couple runs for free as we head to the second. It's 2-0 Blues on the SLO Blues streaming network. Well, it was a 30-minute first inning for both teams. The Blues grab a 2-0 lead, and now Justin Feld retakes the mound after his offense put 2 on the board. He'll face 4, 5, 6. Reese Chapman, Aiden Garcia, Daniel Garotti here in the second. It starts with the Tennessee left-handed hitter, the right fielder Reese Chapman. Chapman takes the first pitch fastball right on the outside corner, no balls on 1 strike. Chapman, a .368 hitter so far across 10 games with the Riptide. 3 homers, 16 runs batted in. I mean, ever since joining Orange County, he's just tore up the CCL South. Been one of the best hitters in the league through just 10 games. He swings here and ropes it into the gap in right center field. Massiangelo has to jump to keep it in front. It's another hit for Chapman. He's aboard to start the second. Chapman came into this game a 60% hard hit rate, really just hitting everything across any part of the zone. The 3 homers, the 6 doubles. That one came in at 80, and he sent it out at 98 miles an hour. A big addition here midsummer for the Riptide. A runner at first. Aiden Garcia, the catcher from Golden West, comes to the dish. Garcia hitting .281 for the Riptide, 5 runs batted in. As a pick goes to first, and Chapman dives back in. Just an unreal player, Reese Chapman from Tennessee. Left-handed hitting catcher Aiden Garcia with a runner at first. Fell in the work from the stretch for the first time. He deals. That fastball is a little off the plate outside. 1 ball and no strikes. So now we see how Feld battles through with a runner on. He hasn't gone too deep into games for the Blues. He's been a high-effort, low innings kind of guy so far. A 2-inning start and a 4-inning start. With a 1-0 on the way, Garcia swings and lifts it foul. So with the Blues having a pretty depleted staff, we were told maybe only 6 pitchers that are here today that are still pitching for the team this summer. Blues really need Feld to go a little bit deeper into this ballgame. We're here in the second after a great first. See how well he can work around some adversity here in the second inning. Chapman leads off first. 1-1. Garcia takes it low, and it's through the glove of Spear all the way to the backstop. So Chapman moves up a base. Another miscue behind the plate for Matt Spear. It feels like that happens a little too often for the San Jose State catcher. The ball just right through the webbing. So a 2-1 count. Runner in scoring position here for the Riptide in the second. RBI opportunity for Garcia, who's knocked in 5. Two and 1 the count. Left-handed hitting catcher at the dish. Feld comes set. Glove held at shoulder height. I'll look to second. Now he brings it home. And Garcia takes the fastball out. 3 balls and 1 strike. Blues play the defense straight up on the infield. And in Burns, the center fielder, playing Garcia slightly to go the opposite way. Almost angling himself with the way the wind is carrying out to left. 3-1 offering. Garcia swings, tags it in the air towards left field. It hangs up, and now Jariah Lewis leaps and makes the catch. That was carrying over his head, and he had to make a huge jump to keep it in front, and he makes the catch. He's standing hands on hips. I don't think he knew what the heck that ball was doing. You can see the flag out in deep center field. It's pushing the ball to left, but Jariah Lewis was camped right under it, and then at the last second had to completely jump in the air to make the catch. So a little more carry here to left today than I think the outfielders would have assumed. With 1 out, here's Daniel Garotti, the shortstop from Oregon. Chapman still at second, 1 away. And Garotti swings and lines it straight back. No balls and 1 strike. We've seen some parts this season, some carry to left, but the outfielders have played it pretty well. It's just taken some balls maybe over the heads of the outfielders or over the wall that we didn't expect. But we've never seen that where an outfielder is camped out in the spot and then has to make the adjustment to jump just to keep it in front. 0-1. And Garotti takes the changeup outside. First one of those we've seen today from Feld at 78. 1-1. I mean, Lewis is used to playing center field, so he gets under balls, makes the catch. He, off the bat, ran to a spot, was confident he was in the right spot, and then had to make the jump. 1-1. Garrotti takes well high. 2 balls and 1 strike. So it's Chapman at second. He singled, advanced on the pass ball from Spear. After Garcia flew out to left, it's Daniel Garrotti, a 2-1 count, runner at second. Feld bent over at the waist, searching for his sign from Spear. He gets it, comes set. Now he comes home. Garrotti swings, hits it in the air towards left. This one continuing to carry. Lewis makes the catch. He'll go to second to double up Chapman at second. Chapman thought it was a line drive that was going to fall, and a base running mistake for the Tennessee product, Jariah Lewis. This time he plays the carry the right way, and it comes all the way out. He makes the double play, and we're heading to the bottom of the second. 2-0 lead for the Blues here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Eight 9-1 here for the Blues in the bottom of the second. The Riptide try to contest the double play call at second base coming out of the inning, but to no avail. And so it's a 2-0 lead still for the Blues. Sam DiCarlo, Kate O'Hara, then back to the top of the order as DiCarlo takes a fastball a little off the plate from Maloney, 1 ball and no strikes. So DiCarlo, O'Hara, Burns, starting with the second baseman from the University of Washington. DiCarlo a .239 average with a home run, 7 RBI so far in the league season. 1-0 on the way. And DiCarlo takes it high. 2 balls and no strikes. The Blues only had the 1 hit in the first. It was the triple by Jariah Lewis. Other than that, you had 2 walks, the hit by pitch, and the defensive miscue on the fielder's choice. DiCarlo takes that fastball in there for a strike, 2-1. So the free passes continuing to haunt Matthew Maloney so far this season. He issued 3 and gave up the 1 hit back in the first. Deals 2-1. DiCarlo chases the curveball. 2-2 the count. Tipped it right back into the glove of Garcia, so the count evens up. First batter here in the second. Middle infield plays way back on DiCarlo. Heels on the outfield grass. It's Garrotti at short, Morales at second. And DiCarlo spoils it foul the other way. Count still even. Take a look at the middle infield. They play way back, trying to give themselves some extra time, maybe to throw out DiCarlo. DiCarlo, a strong right-handed hitter from the second base position, so it's so valuable. Got a lot of power. Maloney deals, and DiCarlo strikes out swinging. Fastball above the zone, 1 out here in the second. Second strikeout of the day for Maloney. He got Hansen in the first on a similar pitch. Now DeCarlo here to start the second. Kate O'Hara, the shortstop from Texas, will come up. And this is where Maloney has been pretty good against the Blues. He gave up those base runners, but then got 2 straight outs to end the first. He's trusting his fastball more in the zone, and really outside of Jariah Lewis's swing, the Blues haven't hit it well all day. 9-hole hitter for San Luis Obispo. It's the Texas shortstop, Kate O'Hara. 189 average. And he bounces this one off the mound. Maloney comes, throws, and he got him. Reeling backwards towards his own dugout. Maloney able to gun down the Texas shortstop. 2 away in the second. So pitching much better here in the second inning. That's 2 batters that he's just thrown the fastball in there. He's let the results come. 1 a strikeout and then a ground out right back to him. Now back to the top of the order. It's Nin Burns. Burns walked and scored in the first, worked a 3-2 count, and then took a fastball just above the zone for ball 4. Immediately scored on the triple by Lewis on the first pitch of that at-bat. See if he gets something to hit. 0-0. Burns swings at the fastball, lofts it back and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Maloney, the UNLV righty, shakes his sign, finds the one he wants. Glove held just below his blue belt. 0-1 on the way, and Burns takes it high. 1 ball and 1 strike. It looked like that was supposed to be a breaking ball of sorts. A curveball at 85 above the zone. Not a lot of bite. 1-1. Burns takes a similar pitch. That's the fastball above the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Blues would love to see Burns get the bat going. He's been good at reaching base, drawing walks, hit by pitches, working counts. He's got a sweet swing, and the Blues would love to see it break through as they hunt for a playoff spot. As that pitch is high, 3-1. But even with the 152 average, he's still worth putting in the leadoff spot because he'll draw 1 or 2 walks a game. He's stolen 11 bases. So if he can walk and get on, he's dangerous on the base paths for the Blues. On base percentage high, still room to raise the average. So he takes high here. That's the second walk in as many innings, and it works the same as a hit. In modern baseball, the walk is so important. Burns doesn't need a hit. He reaches. So a runner at first, 2 outs now in the second inning. And here's Jariah Lewis, who's got the lone hit of the game for the Blues. That triple back in the first, he hit it 380 feet. Barely missed a home run to the deepest part of the yard off the Spark Yoga sign out in deep right center. And now comes up for the second time against Maloney. Burns treks off first. Maloney deals. And Lewis takes a first pitch changeup low. 60% of the time coming into this game, Maloney worked first pitch with a fastball. So Jariah Lewis went up there fastball hunting. He got one, 89 miles an hour. Right over the middle of the plate, maybe more towards the outer half. And then he was able to launch it off the wall as Burns slides back in. And you wonder maybe it was just a centimeter or two too far outside that when Lewis pulled it, couldn't quite get enough under it to take it out of the yard. 1-0, Burns takes off. The pitch is over the plate. Here's the throw down from Garcia. Burns is safe. Ball gets away from Garotti, the shortstop. So that's the 12th stolen base from Burns. A runner in scoring position with 2 away. And that's the value that Burns, even with the 150 average, that's the value he will bring you in the leadoff spot. A walk and a stolen base doesn't count in the scorebook as the same, but it's basically the same as a double. Now another RBI opportunity for Lewis. Burns at second, 2 away, a 1-1 count. That fastball was over the plate. Lewis takes low through the legs of Garcia. Burns scurried off and now races back. 2-1. After his triple in the first, Lewis 8 runs batted in so far in league play. The average now above 200. Two and one on the lefty. The infield plays him to pull. 2-1. Lewis lines it right back out of the glove of Garcia. He got an 89-mile-an-hour fastball right in the middle of the zone and just missed it. So the count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Blues a 2-run lead here in the second. Lewis trying to reach for Massiangelo, who's on deck. Maloney looks to second, brings it home. And Lewis down on strikes. 2 strikeouts in the frame. That was the changeup to get the second for Maloney. And the Blues strand the runner at second base. We head to the third. 2-0 still on the SLO Blues streaming network. Top of the third and the bottom of the order coming up for the Orange County Riptide is a 2-0 ball game. Patrick Hacksworth, Cooper Dulick, and Nick Upstill against Justin Feld. I'm joined here in the third inning by Nate Mills as Feld delivers. That changeup right on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Nate, a huge first inning for the Blues, allows them to take a 2-0 lead. And what we've been talking about is a series that's so important.
Yeah, it was good to see a loud bat coming from Jariah Lewis. I thought this one did actually get out, but I heard you on the broadcast earlier. You're right, centimeters away from getting out, and that's the explosive offense the Blues are needing to stay contested in this ballgame.
1-1 the count on Patrick Hacksworth, the DH from UCSD. 1-1 on the way. Hacksworth takes a fastball a little off the plate. So we saw a wide zone when it was Blues and Barons, and that outside corner being called a little bit more liberally here in this game.
And some new adjustments to make. We talked about in the last broadcast. You never know which umpire is going to give you what kind of zone.
So that pitch, it seemed like, was a strike just about every time. I think I'm going to say conservatively, where it's being called less often off that outside corner. So a 3-1 count. Feld has gone there a couple of times and just not seeing it called for a strike.
Yeah, that's a spot that Feld likes, too.
3-1 on the way. Right there for a strike. That one was on the outside corner. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Clipped the zone. So count moves full. Hacksworth, a 241 hitter with 4 runs batted in so far. Trying to reach to lead off the third. Payoff pitch from Feld. And Hacksworth lines it into center. In races Burns. He watches it on 1 hop. It's a leadoff single for the Riptide here in the third.
Feld going back to that fastball, 90 miles an hour. Easy gas for the kid. Talked about sneaky fast yesterday. Tried to sneak another one by Hacksworth. Wanted to go on that outer half that he had been hitting that entire at-bat, but leaves it too much in the middle of the plate, and Hacksworth just easily lofts it into center field for a base hit.
Hacksworth, who was a well above 300 hitter at UCSD this past year, picks up a base hit. Not as successful as a season so far for the Riptide as he had for the Tritons, but a runner at first, nobody out. Here's Cooper Dulick, the Creighton third baseman, also a 241 hitter. He spoils this one foul on a check swing line drive. No balls and 1 strike. For Feld, it's about the fastball upstairs. If he leaves the fastball over out of the plate, a little bit more hittable, but across his heat map, the spray chart of sorts for his pitches, he's nearly unhittable when he's putting the fastball above the hands. 0-1. That's the slider, and it clipped him. So back-to-back base runners for the Riptide, runners at first and second with nobody out.
That's the fastball. If you look at it, too, it doesn't have that movement that we've seen throughout with a lot of pitchers throughout this summer. There's a lot of flat action to it, so that's why it's extra important that he places it in spots that he wants. It seems like Feld has that ability. There's a rare mistake right there on the misplaced slider.
75 miles an hour, just didn't quite break enough over that inside corner. And Dulick, the smart play to just lean the elbow guard down, take it off. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Tying runs aboard. It's Nick Upstill, the 9-hole hitter. Upstill takes a first pitch fastball high, 1-0. The Pepperdine left fielder hitting 183 with a home run, 9 runs batted in. Back of the left-hand batter's box. Upstill, at the very least, trying to move the runners over. 2-run game here in the third. Feld deals, and Upstill takes low. 2 balls and no strikes. So the command wavering a little bit more here for the Gonzaga righty here in the third. Pitching with a 2-run lead. He went out there the 1-2-3 first. The Blues got him the 2-run advantage. Gave up a leadoff hit last inning, but eventually got the line drive double play that helped him get out of things. Dangerous pitch here, 2-0. Upstill chases the fastball out of play. Left field line into the parking lot, 2-1.
Feld got away with that fastball there. That's the same pitch that Haxmore got on that base hit. He gave the same exact one to Nick Upstill, and luckily for Justin Feld, he just spoiled it off into the parking lot.
Middle infield double play depth for the Blues. Jason Hansen plays behind the runner at first. The 2-1 offering. Upstill lines it foul again. That was the fastball bottom of the zone, which is normally not where Feld lives. I think he got away with another pitch there, 2-2.
Yeah, and Upstill was behind that one as well. Still trying to get that foot down earlier and barrel something up here. But if I'm Phil, I'm still trusting my confidence in the changeup, though.
Only came into this game with 5 thrown. We've seen just about as many of those thrown today. So we're seeing the third pitch a little bit more in development for the Gonzaga righty. We'll see if he goes to it here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He delivers. It is the changeup, and it's bounced foul towards first. And that one was center cut. And again, getting away with a misplace in command.
Yeah, starting inside, breaking into the middle of the zone, and Upstill just dribbles it down the first base line, foul.
So runners return to their spots. It's Haxworth, the runner at second. Dulick, the runner at first. He's the tying run. 2-run game here. A hit and a hit by pitch here in the inning for the Riptide. A 2-2 count on Nick Upstill. Feld comes set from the stretch. Now he deals. Upstill takes high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Feld can't afford a walk here. That would load the bases with nobody out and the top of the order coming up. Isaiah Morales, the left-handed hitting second baseman, on deck. Got to come into the zone. Feld, a payoff pitch. And he misses. So that's a walk. 3 base runners, nobody out here in the third.
Yeah, we're seeing the command start to waver a bit here in the third inning. Hasn't looked like this in his first 2 innings of this game. Slowly falling apart. Just got to hit reset here. Kind of in a tough situation with bases loaded, no one out.
He's got to bear down against the tough part of the order. Top of the lineup coming up. It's Isaiah Morales, the second baseman from Saddleback. Morales came into this game a .288 hitter with 8 runs batted in. Flew out to center to start the first. Hit it decently well, but caught enough air that it carried right out to Burns. Infield still plays double play depth. Corners in. And Morales takes a high and outside fastball, 1-0. We got 3 base runners. It's Haxworth at third, Dulick at second, and Upstill, the runner, at first. And now Matt Spear. I think that's a smart decision to go out and talk to the Gonzaga righty. We haven't seen Feld like this really since his first inning with the Blues.
No, this is the pitcher he's been all summer, a guy who can spot it up in places where he wants to. And seeing that command wavering is a bit concerning for the slow dugout, but Matt Spear looking to straighten that out with this meeting.
Morales hit .370 with 46 runs batted in, 3 homers across 51 games at Saddleback this past year. 8 runs batted in so far in the league summer. A chance to add to that. Bases loaded, nobody out, and a 1-0 count. Feld brings it home. Morales takes high. 2 balls and no strikes. And with the way that Feld is pitching right now, Morales might just take till he gets a strike.
Yeah, Feld keep missing way up in the zone. Haven't seen too big of an adjustment from there. That seems to be the most common miss with that fastball.
The 2-0 offering. That's outside. 3 balls and no strikes. So Feld is just out of the zone here in the third, and if he's not careful, this inning could really unravel. The Blues scored 2 in the first. The Riptide trying to maybe tie or answer back in a bigger way here in the third inning. Bases loaded, nobody out, a 3-0 count. Got to come into the zone. Feld delivers, and that fastball is right down the middle. Took a little off, 86 miles an hour, a 3-1 count.
Isaiah Morales, understandably taking all the way there, had his right foot out of the batter's box before the pitch even came in.
Now he's got a hitter's count. Sure, he'll swing away if he gets another one of those. 3-1. That's down the middle, and Morales pops it straight back, so the count moves full. Still not the max effort pitch from Justin Feld, 87 miles an hour. So being a little bit more careful with bases loaded and a 3-ball count. Looking for the pitch to put by the leadoff hitter. Morales at the plate, right on left. 3-2. Morales rolls it on the ground to first. Hansen will come home, right to Spear, and he missed it. Matt Spear misses it. It bounced off his helmet. He tried to get the ricochet, and a run comes in to score. It right past his glove.
I think Matt Spear was thinking about the throw before the ball even came in. Said it before, ball first. Talked about it day one, whether you step foot on campus, at your college, or at your high school, ball first. Make sure you secure it. I think Matt Spear was looking at back at first or any other bases to go so they can get the double play.
And he's lucky. He threw down his mask, and it bounced right off his mask and right back to him. If not, it might have been another run in for the Riptide, but should have been a tailor-made double play for the Blues. Instead, it's 2-1. Still nobody out, and that's fouled off the bat of Cadena. The Blues had a perfect 4-1 double play opportunity. Couldn't turn it, and now the Riptide had a chance to really make the inning hurt. Still bases loaded and nobody out. It's Nathan Cadena who struck out the first time. .273 average with 10 runs batted in for the San Jose State first baseman. Hacksworth came in to score. Now it's Dulick at third, up still at second, Morales at first. Swing and a miss. That was the slider, and Cadena went fishing. No balls and 2 strikes.
That slider looked good. Could be a pitch we see going forward. Building confidence in that as he got Cadena to go out of the zone with that swing.
Strikeout spot here unless he can roll another double play ball. Blues still have the corners in, middle back. Cadena looking to do a job, already in the double digits with RBI. 0-2. He takes the slider low, and Spear blocks it up. We saw earlier in this ball game that Spear had the pass ball. It just went right through his glove to the backstop. And now a similar play when Hansen tried to come home. 1-2 the count. Feld from the first base side of the rubber brings it home and misses inside with a slider. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Didn't miss by much.
No, that's tough. That's a call you're hoping you get. I talked about building confidence in that slider, in that pitch. That's a call you get where you can build on that. Unfortunately, Feld didn't get it there.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Still nobody out in the inning. Feld needs a miracle to keep the Blues in front. Here it comes. And a little bit outside and low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now with the tying run at third, a walk would make it a 2-2 ball game. Still nobody out, and you've got Grady Morgan on deck. Feld needs a strike. 3-2. Popped up right side into foul territory. Hansen chases it to the Blues dugout, and it's out of play into the bullpen. So the count's still full.
That's something that the Riptide have been doing in this inning particularly, is fouling away those pitches. And they're not necessarily spoiled, but if anything, it's a miss. Pitches that I would think would be hammered, but they're just getting fouled off, luckily for Feld.
See if he has confidence with anything else to find the zone other than the fastball. 3-2 on the way, and he walked him. So the tying run comes in, and the bases are still loaded. It's now 2-2, and the 3-hole hitter Morgan will come up.
Yeah, it's unraveling here for Feld a bit. Can't find that command, and yeah, right on cue. Dean Traynor coming out to talk with his pitcher. Makes sense. Real tough spot. Nothing seems to be going your way. Can't find confidence in any of your pitches. Grady Morgan, a dangerous hitter up to the bat, and right behind him, Reese Chapman, the most dangerous in this lineup.
So Dulick scores. Upstill moves to third. Morales to second. Cadena grabs the walk. That's the second of the inning for Feld. He started the inning, put himself in trouble, but with that, if he had gotten that double play, it would have been second and third, 2 outs in the inning. Wouldn't have had a run in. Instead, the error by the catcher Spear, another walk, and it's still bases loaded, nobody out. And the Blues are short on pitching. They need Feld to go deep into this game. We were talking with Matthew Gonzalez out in the bullpen. He thinks that the Blues really only have 6 guys that are here and still pitching for the Blues this summer.
Yeah, length is going to be the name of the game for slow pitching for the rest of the short summer we have left. We see Chris Stewart sumo squatting over there, getting stretched out, perhaps getting ready to go into this game. But that's what they're going to need. They got it out of Fisher Johnson in the last game. That was great to see. They secured that win. But they're going to need that from all arms in this bullpen. It's all hands on deck.
So bases still loaded, nobody out. Now a chance for the Riptide to take the lead. It's Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State. Morgan flew out to left to end the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. Go ahead run at third, that's up still. And Morgan takes a big hack at the fastball. No balls on 1 strike. So Feld, right after the meeting at the mound, enters the zone. Ahead in the count 0-1. It's up still at third, Morales at second, Cadena at first. Same defense for the Blues. Middle back, corners in. The 0-1 offering. And the changeup is low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Not a bad idea. After the swing, you just saw how big it was. You're seeing a hitter who saw a pitcher throw numerous balls and right out of the gates taking a big hack like that. It's not a terrible idea on that changeup.
Changeup maybe one of the better pitches to roll a ground ball with as well. 1-1. Tries it again, and that's outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, with it falling down, it's often topped, hit on the top side of the baseball. Feld really pitching for either a strikeout or a double play here in this spot. Can't be too selective, though. Still got to come into the zone. He deals 2-1. And a swing and a drive into center field. Burns chases it back to the track right at the wall. He squares up and makes the catch right in front of the wall. Into score is up still, so it's 3-2, a sacrifice fly for Grady Morgan as Morales also moves to third. 3-2 Riptide lead.
Morgan really handled that baseball. Had the chance of getting out, but luckily for Feld, the wind, I think, knocked it down, and Nin Burns catches it with his heels at the wall. OC draws another across. You do have a runner at first now. Runner at first still. You just get a ground ball here and flip a double play. You can minimize the damage, only trailing by 1 run.
So here's Reese Chapman. Got to be careful with Chapman. Singled his first time up. Now hitting above 370 through 11 league games. As the runner takes off, Chapman pops it up. Left side in foul territory. Ricken chases it towards the netting. He's still on the infield grass, and he makes the catch in foul territory. And Chapman retired on 1 pitch. That's a big get.
Yeah, that's a really big out. Reese Chapman, the most dangerous hitter in this lineup.
I think the out's been taken off. Are they calling catcher's interference on Spear?
Seems to be the only explanation here.
Chapman was running to first, and he motioned to the runner at first, Cadena, to move to second. And Chapman's taking first base. So Matt Spear, a catcher's interference on what would have been a 1-pitch out. So instead of 2 away and runners at the corners, it's now still bases loaded and 1 out. That was such a nonchalant call on the field, and Matt Spear's not even contesting it.
That's a pretty large mistake right there. Just said how lethal of a hitter Reese Chapman is. Would have been a ginormous out. Pop foul. But keep the rally going. Bases are loaded once again. 1 out. Can still flip a double play, though.
Oh, this is Aiden Garcia. Bases loaded again for the Riptide. A 3-2 ball game as Feld comes home. Garcia takes a fastball at the top of the zone. No balls on 1 strike. Second error of the inning for Spear. That was a big out that the Blues are going to miss out on. Oh, 1. Garcia takes high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris Stewart now getting warm on the mound in the pen for the Blues. The lefty twirling the pill with Jake Bold in the bullpen. Feld trying to escape this third. 1-run lead now for the Riptide. 1-1. Garcia swings, pops it in the air towards center. This will be deep enough to score the runner at third, Morales. He tags, tagging for third as well as Cadena. The throw goes there as Ricken applies the tag. He's in there. So it's 4-2, another sacrifice fly, and both runners advance.
That's a great throw by Nin Burns. You see him bending over. I hope his arm's okay. But just a bomb over there. Throw to third base to JT Rick, and he can just slap the tag down, but not in time. These Riptide hitters, though, they like putting the ball in the air. They're not fans of beating it into the ground. They got some power, so it makes sense. They're putting on a show in batting practice, and it's carrying over into the game today, hitting balls into the deep parts of the outfield, and they're scoring runs that way.
So the Riptide have now batted around. Ninth batter to come up in this inning, Daniel Garotti, the shortstop from Oregon. He takes high. Garotti was the last out of the second, hit a line drive to left that I feel like any other day would have been a hit. But with the wind carrying out to left, it stayed up for Jariah Lewis in left field. So Garotti, a nice stroke his first time up. Now a chance, 2 runners aboard, 2 out. And that fastball is on the outside corner, 1-1.
Good awareness by Lewis out there in left, doubling off Chapman at second base. That was another huge out as well.
But now in this inning, it's Chapman at second, Nathan Cadena, the runner at third. 4 runs already in for Orange County. 1-1. Fastball's out. 2 sacrifice flies in this inning. There's only been 1 hit. That was the single by Hacksworth to start the inning. Since then, a hit by pitch, 2 walks, 2 errors by Matt Spear, and 2 sacrifice flies. 2-1 offering. That pitch is out as well. 3 balls and 1 strike. First base is open, but this has already been a bad enough inning. Fell does not want to walk Garotti. Fell delivers, and he walked him. Fastball outside. That's the third of the inning for Feld, who came in with just 1 across 6 frames for the Blues. And the bases are loaded again.
And you can see Feld shaking his head. Clearly not his day with the command. Keeps missing up and away. Just can't find it with the fastball.
And now Dean Traynor coming out to the hill. This may be the end of the day for Justin Feld. As Dean Traynor points to the bullpen, Chris Stewart will come in. A nightmare third so far for the Blues, and it's not quite over. Still the bases loaded. 2 outs in the inning, a 4-2 Riptide lead, and we'll take a break. Patrick Hacksworth coming up for the second time in this inning, and he'll face a new pitcher this time. It's Chris Stewart, the left-hander from Texas, and the transfer portal into this game. Bases loaded, 2 outs here in the top of the third, and the Riptide have already brought 4 across. Now it's Stewart taking over for Feld. First pitch to Hacksworth, and the fastball's on the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. Hacksworth started this all off with a single. He came around to score one of the 4 runs that the Riptide have already put across in this inning.
Yeah, the only hit in that inning, and the rest of the runs were on base aboard via the free 90, and that's been a struggle for Chris Stewart so far this season.
Trying to reel it in, bases loaded, and he misses outside with a slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Still just the 2 hits for the Riptide. Only 1, as you mentioned, Nate, in this inning. The next 8 hitters that have come up, a lot of free mistakes by the Blues. 1-1, and Hacksworth takes another fastball in the outside corner, 88 miles an hour, and the count's 1-2. Stewart trying to answer the call for Dean Traynor. Maybe a chance for the pendulum to swing a little bit in the way of the Blues. Trying to find out number 3 here in the third. Stewart sets to the belt. 1-2 on the way, and that's outside with a slider as well. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Talked about the nasty stuff of Chris Stewart. It's still there. The slider has the movement, just a little out in front on the release. That's where we're seeing it skipping in the dirt in the other batter's box.
Cadena at third, Chapman at second, Garrotti at first. And that's popped up in the air, left side. This could be trouble. In comes the left fielder Lewis towards the line, and it bounces foul. So Chris Stewart got Hacksworth to pop it up, but far enough in foul territory that the Blues couldn't get there. And now everyone's got to return back to their spots.
That's one of the spots at Sinsheimer where I think it's borderline impossible to catch a ball. That truly is no man's land, the Bermuda Triangle, what have you. I feel like these are all 3 fast runners going towards the spot, and they just can't get to that ball. It's one of the gray areas here.
You had Lewis, Ricken, and O'Hara all converging on it, and no one really even got close. So the Blues are just lucky that it ended up being in foul territory, or else it might have been a hit with the runners on the move. 2-2 the count, 2 outs. Runners leave on the crack of the bat. Stewart delivers, and Hacksworth flies it foul the other way. So the count's still 2-2. Stewart's filling up the zone coming out of the pen, and that's the good sign. Stewart can be very hard to hit when he's on. It's been the walks, the wild pitches, and the hit-by pitches that he's really had to battle with so far this summer. In the middle of the shadows, he brings it home, and Hacksworth pops it up. Same spot, out of play. Count still even.
Hacksworth this whole at-bat been behind on all of the pitches, both the slider and the fastball. The left-handed hitter fouling it back into their own bullpen, which is down the third base line.
Stewart atop the hill for the Blues, trying to get Justin Feld off the hook for the 3 runners on base. 2-2. Hacksworth takes low. So the count moves full. The 3 runners will take off with the pitch. 3-2 the count, 2 outs, bases loaded. And it's Chris Stewart, the lefty on the hill, who's got a 12 ERA in 3 innings so far for the Blues. 7 walks, 1 here would bring in a run. Payoff on the way. Hacksworth lines it into left field, falling in front of Jariah Lewis, and he lets it bounce. 1 run already in to score. Here comes Chapman from second. The throw's offline. Matt Spear will go to third. Ricken applies the tag, and Garrotti's out there. But a 2 RBI single for Hacksworth, his second hit of the inning. Only 2 hits in the frame, but 6 runs for the Riptide. We head to the bottom of the third. It's a 6-2 lead, Orange County, here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. 6-run inning in the top half of this frame for the Riptide. Now the Blues a chance to answer back. It'll be Matt Mastiangelo, JT Ricken, Matt Spear against Matthew Maloney, who exited last inning down by 2. Now he's got a 4-run lead. Working from the shadows, the UNLV righty kicks and fires, and Mastiangelo takes a center cut fastball for a strike.
Difficult to get the energy going after an inning like that, giving up a 6 spot there in the 3rd inning. Got to get the bats hot again. Like the offense was inspired by the Jariah Lewis triple. Got to Hacken. They did have the 3 strikeouts, but they got to build it back up again here.
0-1. Mastiangelo golfs it towards the first baseman, Cadena. He ranges to his backhand, calls off the pitcher Maloney, and takes it to the bag himself, 1 away.
It's a good play over there by Cadena with the backhand. Coming in on it, takes it himself. It's a good athletic play. There was some weird spin on that ball, you could tell, even from the press box, taking some weird bounces. But he keeps his composure, scoops it up, taps the bag.
So here's JT Ricken. Ricken bounced into a fielder's choice his first time up. And nobody was out as Jariah Lewis was able to work his way out of a rundown. Ricken would end up being retired on the base pass as he breaks his bat here to the shortstop, Garati. A running throw in time to get the third baseman.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 2 outs here with Garati with that nice defensive play coming in on the ball. Moving in on the run, makes the throw, made it look easy. That's a tough play to make.
And, you can survive an inning like the Blues had in the top of the 3rd. What you can't do is go up to the plate and immediately be shut down quickly. You have to at least claw your way a little bit back to set the stage for a potential comeback. Blues 2 outs on 3 pitches as Matt Spear, swinging away, lines it straight back.
Yeah, you nailed it, Jack. My next point was going to be, because it's been so easy this inning, the first 2 batters have been retired in a minimal amount of pitches. If I'm Matt Spear, I'm taking the first pitch here. But he went to Hacken and fouled straight back. The Blues got to get gritty here on offense if they want to stay in it.
Maloney deals. Spear takes high with a fastball. And it's a chance for the San Jose State catcher to make up for his errors behind the plate. 2 errors last inning after a pass ball in the 2nd. He's got power. Trying to make up for it with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. Reach to extend the frame. He swings through a fastball, 1-2. You got Jason Hansen on deck if Spear can reach.
Yeah, you're right, Jack. That's most likely the mentality down there with Matt Spear. 1 to make up for the errors, 1 to spin a positive contribution to this game. That's where we're seeing the big swings. He just wants to hit something real hard right now.
1-2. He takes outside. Now what you can't have is for Spear to go up there trying to make up for it completely with 1 swing. It's a 4-run game. The Blues need more than just 1 run. And if you're trying to take your anger out on the baseball, trying to crank a home run, that's where you might run into some issues as well. As Spear bounces this one up the middle, Maloney falls down. A dive attempt from Morales and a single into center. That's the kind of swing the Blues want to see out of Matt Spear, right back where it came from, and a runner aboard with 2 outs.
Yeah, Spear keeps this one short, hitting it 90 miles an hour, right back up the middle of the field. Great approach by the left-handed hitting catcher. He stayed short with 2 strikes. He adjusted from his 2 swings earlier in the at-bat. Really good development throughout that whole at-bat for Matt Spear. Great job.
Here's Jason Hansen, the first baseman from UC Davis. Hansen struck out swinging back in the 1st, had a 3-0 count. And then Maloney pumped 3 straight 90-mile-an-hour fastballs down the middle. Hansen took 1, swung through 2. Here he takes an 89-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 1. It was really at that point that the light switch kind of flipped for Maloney. He realized that the Blues weren't exactly hitting the fastball, so he just challenged them all the way up until Spear's single, and it had been working. 0-1. Another challenge fastball that misses inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Blues have a runner aboard. It's Matt Spear, the catcher, at first. They entered the 3rd with a 2-run lead. They now trail it by 4, so got to chip away throughout the rest of this ball game. 1-1 the count on Hansen. Maloney from the stretch deals a fastball a little off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And there's that away part of the strike zone that's not getting called. Maloney tries to go back out there with the fastball. Doesn't quite get the call. Thought it was awfully close.
Just off the StatCast strike zone, maybe about an inch and a half. 2-1. Hansen takes a high fastball. Back pick attempt is not thrown. Just a fake attempt by Garcia. Chases Spear back to the bag. 3-1 the count.
Hansen doing a great job working Maloney in this at-bat so far. Maloney seems to be having balance issues out there. I feel like when he puts the foot down, he hobbles off the mound or he slips up or something. But the command is taking a toll, and Jason Hansen's not going after it.
He also fell off the mound as he was trying to chase the ground ball up the middle by Spear. So maybe some footing issues. As he comes home 3-1, and Hansen takes a fastball on the outside corner up. Thought it was strike 3.
And that was a pitch that he got earlier in the at-bat, called for a ball. Same exact placement with the fastball.
Well, the ump went into his strike 3 call, only did the strike part of it. So the count full, 2 outs. Matt Spear will take off for first on the pitch by Maloney. The righty deals. Spear takes off. The pitch is now a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Same spot and the same result for Hansen. That's the second time the UC Davis first baseman is struck out. A third of the way through this game. It's 6-2 Orange County Riptide on the SLO Blues streaming network. Top of the fourth, a 4-run game. The Riptide up 6-2 here at Sinsheimer Stadium. It's Dulick up still, then back to the top of the order for Morales, with Chris Stewart staying on the mound for the Blues. Dulick, the third baseman from Creighton, to lead things off, and he takes a fastball on the outside corner from Chris Stewart. No balls and 1 strike. Dulick came up for the first time in the third inning. That 6-run frame for the Riptide was hit by a pitch, came around to score. First time facing Stewart, the 0-1, and Dulick takes the fastball right at the top of the zone. A late strike call. No balls and 2 strikes. Stewart ahead in the count, 0-2 on the third baseman from Creighton. 241 average, 2 runs batted in. Stewart set of the bell. From the windup, he deals, and he misses a little bit low. 8-9-1 in the order for the Riptide. A 4-run lead here in front of a big home crowd for the Blues. 1-2 offering. Dulick bounces it on the ground. In comes Kate O'Hara, the shortstop. A backhand running throw in time for the out. Nice play from Kate O'Hara, 1 away.
Yeah, we got a nice defensive shortstop too. Kate O'Hara, his signature throw on the run, coming in on some weak contact. Great job by Chris Stewart. I feel like this at-bat that we just saw, his command improved a ton with the fastball, with the changeup. He missed low with the changeup, but I think that's a spot he was going for. I don't think he wanted to leave it that much in the middle of the plate, but it was low. He came back again with the slider, got the weak contact. Good improvement.
Lefty-lefty matchup with Upstill, and he's has to bend out of the way of that one. That, for all the great command that last at-bat, that pitch way high and inside, 1-0. I also think Stewart is probably pretty happy to always get a chance to pitch in front of Kate O'Hara.
former teammates and also great defenseman.
1-0. Up still takes that one on the outside corner. So I think Stewart right now, while he has some pitches that are much more well commanded than before, he's also still erratic. So he'll throw one at your head and then one perfectly placed. And that one perfectly placed as well. A changeup, and up still goes around. 1-2.
The changeup's got some great movement to it right now. The left-on-left matchup, tailing in towards the hands of Nick Upstill, gets them to go around with the check swing.
Stewart comes set, brings it home, and he struck him out. Fastball, changeup, then the slider. Spear throws it into left, but a strikeout for Stewart. That's his first, and 2 batters up, 2 batters down here in the 4th.
Yeah, Upstill saw the entire platter coming out of Chris Stewart, and he couldn't make any contact with any of those pitches. That slider, that's as good as it gets right there. When he's on with the slider, he gets hitters to look like that. Swinging and missing, check swing. That's the Chris Stewart that the SLO Blues would like to see going forward in this game, as, like we said, would really like some depth.
Back to the top of the order. Here's Isaiah Morales. Morales is 0 for 2. His last time up, he reached on an error back from the 3rd, came around to score. But we've said it about Chris Stewart all summer. When he throws strikes, he's one of the hardest pitchers to hit on this entire Blues staff. Some of the best stuff in the league. It's all about the strikes. So he deals one in there on the fastball outside, 1-1. And we just have not seen it quite enough.
No, and it seems to be rearing its head in this inning. Been able to locate his fastball and his slider very well.
He deals, and Morales bounces the 1-1 high in the air on a chop towards first base, and Stewart catches it in foul ground, 1-2. That was the highest chop I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that was almost pop-up levels of height on a ball that hit the ground first.
Stewart waited a long time when he ran over into foul territory, camped underneath it, just like you said, Jack, like a pop-out.
So a 1-2 count on the leadoff hitting second baseman from Saddleback College. Morales, a switch hitter, so batting righty for the first time in this game. Justin Feld, the righty, for his first 2 at-bats, now the first at-bat against Stewart. 1-2, 2 outs. Stewart from the wind-up, strides and shoots, and that's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Big, tall left-hander still on the hill for the Blues. Glove set at the belt. He brings it home. Morales fights it off. Still the count even 2-2. 2 outs here in the 4th. Second series between these two teams this summer. Blues and Riptide, game 1 of 2. Another 2-2 offering. Popped up. Right side in foul territory, but room for Hansen. He bounces back towards fair territory and makes the catch just near the line. So a 1-2-3 inning for Stewart. Inspirational pitching from the lefty. And the Blues will try and see if they can catch lightning in a bottle here today. It's still a 4-run lead for the Riptide as we head to the bottom of the 4th here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Pitching change for the Riptide. It's a new righty coming into the game. In relief of Matthew Maloney, it'll be Brett Garcia, the right-hander from Baylor.
Yeah, the Baylor Bear taking quite a few pitches in the warm-up, but it makes sense considering when you look at his stats, and he's only thrown 1 inning all summer. He just let up 1 hit, had 1 strikeout, no runs.
This is the point of the summer, Nate, where it's kind of a second wind of pitching that's joining teams because everyone is taxed. Guys are hitting their innings limit. You need some fresh faces. Brett Garcia, one of those for the Riptide, as he misses a little bit high to Zach Tollerman. A 1-0 count. It'll be Tollerman, DeCarlo, O'Hara, the bottom third of the order for the Blues, who trail it by 4 here in the bottom of the 4th. Garcia comes home, and Tollerman takes a fastball at 89 on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's a common thing to see on summer ball teams, Jack, where you have guys circling in and out of teams. We've seen it right here in our backyard in San Luis Obispo. I'm sure it's no different for the Riptide, just wanting to string together some arms.
Tollerman lines it straight back off the catcher Garcia. 1-2 the count. We've seen now a couple of casualties of pitch, innings limits for the Blues. You've got Fisher Johnson and Josh Blum, 2 USC righties who are done for the summer for the Blues. They've been shut down by USC. You've got Marcelo Saldana, who recently entered the transfer portal, but he's done with the Blues. And you've got a handful of other guys that are close to their limits. The pitching is thinning out. Tollerman takes a curveball 1-2 inside, so the count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's one of the reasons why the Blues are so thin. It's not because guys are getting hurt. It's just because this is summer ball. There are innings limits, and the Blues have used up a lot of their juice early. Tollerman swings and misses. A strikeout for Garcia. First batter he faces. 1 away here in the 4th.
Well, and now with there being less arms in the bullpen and less starting arms, the guys who do come in are going to be taxed an awful lot. I'm hoping that their arms can stay healthy because they're going to get quite a few reps, quite a few innings out there because the SLO Blues are going to need it as they go towards their playoff push.
Well, the thing with that, too, is the guys that are still here, because they have to throw more innings, they will hit their innings limit. So the Blues are going to need to start replenishing with some new arms, and we have seen that. They brought in Kyle Dunning, Justin Feld a couple of weeks ago. Feld was the starter tonight. And they've got some arms lined up to potentially bring in, but it's got to happen soon. And the Blues are really thin on pitching right now. A 1-0 count on Sam DeCarlo, and DeCarlo lifts it foul. Needs some fresh faces.
Yeah, and as a team, when you know you're thin on arms, as an offense, that should be your cue to get going. Put some runs on the board. That will keep you in games more since your pitching is wearing thin.
1-1 on the way. And DeCarlo takes a fastball a little bit low off that outside corner, 2-1. And it looked like that's what the Blues were on pace to do in this game when they scored 2 runs in the first. But then the 6-run third inning for the Riptide to take the lead, and the Blues playing from behind. New righty delivers, and DeCarlo takes outside, 3-1 the count.
Yeah, they've been relying on arms all summer to keep them in games, holding down other teams runs-wise, so the Blues could scratch across a couple and win the ball game. But now we might be seeing some higher scoring games, and the Blues offense needs to adapt to that.
3-1. DeCarlo draws the walk. A fastball a little bit low. First base runner here in the 4th for the Blues. Runner at first, 1 out, and Kate O'Hara will come up. So we've seen teams bringing in the reinforcements. I think that's what they're best noted as. You've got Garcia on the mound here. Reese Chapman, the Tennessee player, recently joining. We saw Anthony Silva, the shortstop from TCU, who joined the Foresters, where some guys are tired if they've been here the entire summer. If you can bring in some fresh arms, some fresh bats, bring in the reinforcements, you can really change the course of your season.
That's what makes summer ball so unique. So many new faces all at once and at random times.
0-0 offering. Kate O'Hara takes a fastball on the outside corner, 0-1. I would assume that if we make the playoffs and the Blues are there and we're going to watch a team, you may be seeing a guy make their first summer ball appearance the first time, and it might be a playoff start. 0-1. That's all the way to the backstop, past Garcia, so DeCarlo will advance to second. But because everyone will have hit their innings limit, you need the fresh arms. Who knows, your playoff matchup, you could be facing a guy making his first appearance. If he's not good, a team could go their entire summer and lose it in that one game.
Yeah, that's all in the hands of Dean Traynor making a decision with the new guys he's got. That involves a lot of scouting, a lot of conversations with the guys you meet right away when they get to Sinsheimer or wherever it is.
Pitch on the way. O'Hara chases down below 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was an 88-mile-an-hour fastball, and O'Hara just chased it in the dirt. So a 1-2 count. Runner at second, 1 away. Garcia comes set at the belt. Oh, look to second. Now he kicks and deals. And O'Hara chops it on the ground towards second. In comes the second baseman, Morales. He gloves, flips, and throws it away. Coming in to score is Sam DiCarlo. It's an error by the second baseman, and it's 6-3. Maybe that's the break the Blues need.
Yeah, this is the kind of things they need for a defense. You got to apply pressure. Kate O'Hara does that with the chopper over to second base, applies the pressure on the Riptides. Morales with the errant throw that goes into the bullpen area. And yeah, I mean, this ball does the job anyway, moving the runner from second to third base, and Sam DiCarlo was just about to start my sentence with that one. Well, Kate O'Hara did the job, but yes, he really did the job as now DiCarlo came in to score on the throw.
First error of the game for the Riptide. The Blues add another run. It's back to the top of the order. Nin Burns, 6-3 game now as Garcia deals, and Burns takes a fastball in the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. It was a close play at first, and Morales, it kind of looked like he was going at it in a nonchalant manner, and once he made the throw, he was so close that he just chucked it right by the first baseman, Cadena, allowed the Blues to score another run. In the 6th-run rally for the Riptide, the Blues had 2 errors, so it's not like the Riptide did it all on their own. This pitch is outside now, a back pick to first, and O'Hara's back in. Sometimes you need a little bit of help.
And also, I'd like to point out the importance of the hard 90. I know coaches everywhere listening to this are saying, yes, preach, hard 90s every single time. But you're kind of seeing it in modern baseball where the hard 90, not so common. But Kate O'Hara does it there, and a big reason why he was awarded first base on the error.
O'Hara maybe getting his hand checked at first base. Could be applying a sliding glove of sorts, but he's being checked out at the first base bag. Rene Regalado, it looked like helping him get his batting glove off his right hand. He's shaking it now. He might have dug it up in the dirt on that dive back. That happens sometimes where it's right around your wrist or the bottom part of your palm. Gets scraped up by the dirt. So he's got the batting glove on there now. Sliding glove on the left hand. 1-1 count, 1 out. Garcia brings it home, and the pitch is high. Burns has walked in back-to-back plate appearances in this game. He's 0-for-0 with the 2 bases on balls. He scored 1 run. 2 runs in the first for San Luis Obispo. Now 1 here in the 4th as they're trying to cut back against that lead for the Riptide. 2-1 the count on the leadoff hitter. Garcia delivers. Burns pops it up. Foul back and out of play. The count evens up at 2-2. Burns, a recent entrant of the transfer portal, leaving Cal Poly Pomona after 1 season there. He'll be transferring for the 2nd time after playing at Mount San Antonio College as a freshman. Looking for a new home. 1 out, runner at first. Garcia, the righty, set at the belt. He deals. O'Hara takes off for second. Curveball is a little bit low. The throw from Garcia is not in time. It bounces away again from the middle infield as Morales can't glove it. That's the 3rd stolen base for Kate O'Hara in league play. Count moves full. Runner moves into scoring position.
That's a great jump by the Texas shortstop. He took off right as that front heel came off the ground, and luckily for O'Hara as well, it was the breaking ball. So that gives him more time to reach second base safely. And, of course, Garade can't squeeze the ball coming in.
Another full count on Nin Burns. Jariah Lewis, who represents the tying run, stands on deck. 3-2 offering. Burns hits it back up the middle. A line drive right into the glove of the pitcher, Garcia. And that's a tough out.
This is a laser from Nin Burns. Also a break you're hoping San Luis Obispo can get, but there's not much you can really do. He hit it 90 miles an hour, return to sender. That's just a great athletic play by Garcia. I thought he palmed it in his hand, too. That had to hurt.
It's almost one of those where the pitcher's glove is just there, and he's like, oh, look what I just got.
Yeah,
ended up right in my glove.
It's one of those things where it's not something you can work on. The best you can really do is land with your feet square to home plate. But Garcia, at that point, just had to be an athlete and just throw his hand out there. He grabbed the ball. I'd like to take a look at how red his palm is, though.
It's really just instinctual, and that's it. You have to have the reflexes. And sometimes you see a pitcher, they'll get a little desperate. Their instincts are to go after the ball with their bare hand. You see some injuries that way, but it's really just all in the reflexes of the pitcher. Works in favor of the Riptide as Jariah Lewis swings at the changeup, 1-1. Lewis is 1 for 2. He tripled in the first, scored a run, and knocked in a run, and then struck out in the second. O'Hara still the runner at second base. 3-run ball game. Baylor righty set at the belt. He brings it home, and Lewis chops it on the ground, foul past the first base bag. 1-2.
Yeah, this ball got a little deeper. We might have seen triple deja vu, but it's just way too out in front of it, spoiling down in foul territory.
Blues have scored a run in this inning. If Lewis can knock in another here, that would be a big step in coming back after the Blues were down 4 coming into this inning. Kate O'Hara with good speed at second. 1-2 offering. Here it comes. And Lewis pops it up into left field. Shallow. The third baseman, Dulick, is out, and he makes the catch just past the infield dirt. So the Blues get a run on the error by the second baseman, Morales, but they strand another runner at second. As we head to the 5th, it's 6-3 on the SLO Blues streaming network. We welcome you back to Sinsheimer Stadium here in San Luis Obispo. A 6-3 lead for the Riptide here in the top of the 5th, and it'll be 2-3-4 coming up for Orange County. Nathan Cadena, Grady Morgan, Reese Chapman against Chris Stewart, the lefty who stays out on the hill for the Blues. Stewart has thrown 1 1/3. Deals here. It was a 1-2-3 inning, last inning for Stewart. We haven't seen too many of those from the transfer portal lefty, and that's a great sign. If the Blues can get Stewart going, not only in this game, it would be huge for the rest of the season. 1-0. Cadena takes a fastball off the plate outside, 2-0. The first baseman from San Jose State has struck out and walked in this game. He's also scored a run. Stewart, the lefty, set at the belt, brings it home 2-0. And Cadena ropes it in the air, left field. In comes Jariah Lewis. He watches it past him. Cadena rounding around first as the ball ranges back towards the track. Nin Burns cuts it off. It's a leadoff double for the first baseman.
That's a tough ball to judge out there in left field. Saw Jariah Lewis play the hop, fall right in front of him earlier in this game. I feel like he should have done that on that ball as well. But, you know, it's hard. You're flying in full speed. You have to make a split second. Do I dive for this? Do I pull up on it? Unfortunately for Lewis, he couldn't come to a decision fast enough, and he ends up somewhere in the middle. It skips right by him.
So now already a runner in scoring position. Second hit given up by Stewart. Runner at second, nobody out. It's Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State. Morgan has flown out and sacrificed on a flyout. It's 0 RBI behind the count here, 0-1. Left-on-left matchup, a 6-3 ball game. Cato O'Hara holds on the runner at second. That's Cadena. Stewart takes a look back there, now brings it home. And Morgan swings and misses at the slider. No balls and 2 strikes. Blues are hoping that Chris Stewart can carry the momentum, not only get them through the middle innings of this one, but find his command the rest of the season. 0-2. He struck him out. Another nice slider, and Morgan down on 3 pitches.
The stuff is really starting to come alive for Chris Stewart. You love to see that. The misses aren't missing as far away as they were, and the strikes, oh, they're hitting in there for strikes with a ton of movement on both the fastball and the slider.
Now another batter you got to be careful with. It's Reese Chapman, the right fielder from Tennessee. The last time that Chapman came up, we thought he popped out, but ended up reaching on catcher's interference on the first pitch he saw. Oh, he's 1 for 2, reached on an error. Cadena takes off for third, pitches outside. The throw from Spear, it's a rocket in time for the out. A late out call at third. Cadena gunned down by Spear, and there's 2 away.
I would love to see the pop time on that. Matt Spear was so ready for that throw, and a laser over to Rickett. Great tag by the third baseman as well.
That's the best throw we've seen from a Blues catcher this year. That was just an instant whip out of the hand of Spear. The pitch was outside, but the base runner erased by the San Jose State catcher. And now the 1-0. Chapman hits it in the air to center. Nin Burns racing back, still going back. He watches it off the bottom of the wall. It bounces up near the 395 marker. Chapman to second. It's another double in the inning. And now, lucky for the Blues, they got the runner off the bases. That would have knocked in a run.
Yeah, I was just going to say how important that out was over at third base. That run would have scored if you were on for that double by Chapman. But once again, the most dangerous hitter of the lineup continues to be dangerous.
Lefty-lefty matchup. He got a fastball, hit it 98 miles an hour, 390 feet, which the wall out there is 395, so close to his 4th home run. Coming into this game, Chapman had a hard hit rate of 60%, and I think we can confidently say he's got 2 hits now in the game, both of them hard hit. It's only going up.
Yeah, that double right there was smoked, burnt over the head of Nin Burns.
And lefty-lefty, too, against a hard fastball from Stewart. So now an RBI opportunity for Aiden Garcia, another left-handed hitter. And the catcher takes way outside. First real big miss we've seen from Stewart in a while. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, but now the key is don't completely lose your confidence. Don't think that you can never go in the zone ever again. Just keep pitching like you have been the past 2 innings.
1-0 offering. Garcia swings, bounces it up the middle. High hop to Cato O'Hara. A nonchalant throw to first in time for the out. So Stewart gives up 2 doubles in the inning, but help from his defense gets him out of the frame. No runs across for the Riptide as we head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 6-3 Orange County on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom of the fifth, Riptide on the high side, but the Blues are coming back up. It's Matt Mastiangelo, JT Ricken, Matt Spear up for San Luis Obispo. Still Brett Garcia, the righty on the hill. Second inning of work for the Baylor right-hander. He'll face Matt Mastiangelo, the right fielder from CSU Bakersfield, to get things started. Mastiangelo was hit by a pitch in the first, grounded out to first back in the third. So he takes a fastball a little low and outside here, 1 ball and no strikes. So Nate, a 3-run game. The Blues have clawed back for the 1-run last inning that they got via the error. What do you see as something the offense needs to do to fully come back in this game?
Yeah, the Blues aren't done yet, and I really like what I saw out of the 4th inning from this squad. They didn't give up, and granted, it was an error reaching on its Cade O'Hara and Sam DiCarlo coming in to score on that, but it's something. They tacked on the board somehow, and I'd like to see them continue that magic and momentum going into this inning. All you can really do is just swing at strikes and take balls.
2-0 the count on Mastiangelo, who takes low, 3 balls and no strikes. And what we saw in the first inning, the Blues only had the 1 hit. It was the triple. They still only have 2, but they were helped out a little bit by Riptide pitching in the first, helped out by the defense for Orange County in last inning. So maybe it'll take a little bit of that too, as Mastiangelo takes a strike. Often in summer ball, if you're giving away runs for free, it's hard to keep a lead.
Yep, you talk about the explosive offenses you typically see out of summer ball. Everyone's getting to hacking.
3-1. Mastiangelo takes high, so it's a leadoff walk. Mastiangelo's aboard for the second time, runner at first with nobody out.
See, that was a pitch that I thought he should have taken a cut at. I thought this one was in the zone. Clearly not. It was a ball. But I think another important note for the Blues offense, especially in this inning, is don't look to walk. I know Mastiangelo just got one, but look to do damage. It's great getting on base via the walk, but your first priority should be putting the bat and ball.
Here's JT Ricken. Ricken's grounded into a fielder's choice. He's also grounded out to short, so he's 0 for 2, and he takes outside. Ricken was the, I guess, quote-unquote, hero for the Blues against the Academy Barons, because he was the one that took the slider, got the hit by pitch to walk off the game in the 10th. I asked him today, here's the 1-0, takes high. I asked him, does the back hurt, or was the slider not that painful? And he said that's probably the slowest slider he's ever seen, so it didn't hurt that bad. Took the hard 90. I'm sure the adrenaline helped too with a walk-off win. But for all the Blues fans that might have been worried after the hit by pitch, JT Ricken is just fine.
Yeah, he didn't seem bothered at all. Immediately going into his celebration, the bat throw. It was a good moment.
Comes up here. He's heading the count 2-0 when the Riptide want to take a meeting. A walk to lead off this inning. Mastiangelo's at first. And now it's Ricken, the third baseman from the portal. Heading the count 2-0. Blues just need base runners, and they need to find a way to bring them in when they get on. 2-0 offering. Ricken takes a fastball center cut for a strike. 2-1. We've talked about the physical tools with Ricken, and of course he's still young, getting some collegiate experience after being non-rostered by Oregon this past year with his injury. So he waits for a 2-1. Here it is. And he takes low. But we're starting to see him really, I think, grow into the player that you're going to see going forward. He is, though, looking for a new school. And, Nate, with what you know about the recruiting side of things and physical tools and maturity, what do you think that JT needs to do to get noticed?
JT just needs to keep hitting the gym, keep running, keep getting the reps, do exactly what he's doing right now, getting reps here with the SLO Blues. And really, there's not a blueprint for getting recruited. I would love to tell you that there is, but as someone who has been through that process, someone who has transferred twice, I honestly have no blueprint for you, and I really wish I could give that.
3-2 as Ricken flies it foul over the light pole down the right field line.
It's just one of those things that you could just talk about with hours with fellow players and coaches, and what does the system mean? What is the process like? What do people look at? No one really knows. It's different for everyone. All you can really do is just control the things you can control, and it goes back to talking about in the weight room.
Ricken goes around on the payoff pitch. Mastiangelo takes off on the ball in dirt. So Ricken's out at first nonetheless, but Mastiangelo takes second base. So a strikeout for Garcia. One away, a runner in scoring position. I mean, you talk about the gym. Going to the YMCA here in San Luis Obispo, Ricken's always there with some of the other players. And I got to say, if I had to pick maybe one most impressive lifter, it's probably Ricken. Dude can do pull-ups for days. The back exercises, he's just moving the weight with ease. He's definitely got that down. But I think you're right. It's sometimes about who you know, coaches that you know just happen to see you on a good day. But the Blues have a couple of players in the transfer portal. You're talking Nin Burns in this lineup in the transfer portal, JT Ricken, Zach Tollerman. You've got Matthew Gonzalez, some of these other pitchers, Marcelo Saldana, all trying to get noticed. And I think we hope that their time here with the Blues will give them a chance to have that good game in front of a scout.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's why you join teams like this.
First pitch to Matt Spear is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Runner at second, 1 out in the inning. 6-3 Riptide lead.
Playing in a caliber league like the CCL, you would hope that, you know, it gets the exposure that you want as a guy in the portal, and I think for the most part it does.
Garcia comes set. 1-0 home. And Spear tags it straight back. Spear's seeing it well today at the plate. He walked his first time up, then grounded a single right past Garcia in the third. So he's 1 for 1, been on base twice. Raising the on-base percentage, the batting average slowly. Had the double the other day that was the biggest hit in the game. Coming alive a little bit more with the bat. 1-1 the count. Garcia looks to second, and he spins around to pick there, and Massiangelo back in. Certainly not the aim move from Garcia.
No, just checking in on Massiangelo over at second base.
We really wish well to all the players in the transfer portal. I'm sure it's not an easy decision to make. It's a long journey. Hopefully one of these days we get some good news coming in. As Spear pops this one up right on the infield, it's Morales, the second baseman, who calls for it immediately and makes the two-handed catch.
It's a journey.
You've got a former Blue that I think is the poster child for how that journey can pay off. You've got Cole Gabrielson, who transferred from the College of San Mateo to USC, where he was a third-generation Trojan. And, Nate, we've got good news. Cole Gabrielson signed today with the New York Yankees.
A big congratulations to Gabrielson. That's an incredible honor. And, yeah, that's the blueprint that you want as a player in the portal. You're thinking about transferring schools, and if you're a guy in high school, I think that's a guy you can look up to and not apply too much pressure on yourself to go, okay, well, I have to go Power 5 immediately out of high school and be there for 4 years, and then I'll go to the Yankees. His story wasn't quite like that.
0-1 the count on Jason Hansen as Hansen takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gabrielson was a third-generation Trojan, and he did not play well for the Blues, frankly, in his one season here. Got a handful of at-bats, didn't do the most with them, but then got to USC and just destroyed the ball this year. Undrafted free agent with the Yankees, so a former Blue heading potentially to the major leagues at some point. A 1-1, and Hansen takes it outside, bounces off the catcher Garcia, and Massiangelo retreats back. And it just shows you as well that you don't always have to play well in summer ball too. That you can salvage things, and it's really just about keeping your head to the grindstone, working as hard as you can, never giving up on yourself, because eventually things are going to pay off if you put in the hard work.
That story reminds me a lot of what the new age of recruiting and going to college has been for so many players, and that's social media. It allows for comparisons to happen everywhere, and that's so important as a young athlete or even an athlete who's in their later years in college to not compare yourself to the paths that other players take.
3-1 the count on Hansen. He takes high, so 2 walks now in the inning, first and second with 2 outs, and the batter will be Zach Tollerman. And Tollerman's one of those players we're talking about, transfer portal guy, and I think he's one of those players. He could really be upset with the way that his journey is going, and he doesn't seem to have that at all. I mean, he had such a good season at Cuesta College, Western State Conference Player of the Year. He was so dominant. He's been in the transfer portal since then because he only had those 2 years of Cuesta eligibility. Still looking for his next home. And the journey for him is still developing. And he'll have to wait to see who he's going to face. Brett Garcia being pulled from this game. We're going to take a step away. A new right-hander coming in. First and second, 2 outs. Tying run coming to the plate for the Blues. Zach Tollerman stepping up, new righty into the game. It's Tristan LeMaison, the right-hander from the University of San Diego. Righty with a 3.86 earned run average across 11 and 2/3 innings, making his 8th appearance. And he comes in with 2 runners aboard, 2 outs, protecting a 3-run lead. He hits the outside corner to Tollerman, no balls and 1 strike. So tying run at the plate for the Blues here in the bottom of the 5th. 6-3 game. Blues have Massiangelo at second, Hansen at first. Tollerman's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. 0-1 on the way, and Tollerman takes strike 2 call. So back-to-back fastballs right on the outside corner, and LeMaison ahead in the count.
Good pitch with that fastball. Still trying to figure out if that is going to be a strike tonight. Still waiting on some consistency there on that call.
Big hole on the right side. Defense playing Tollerman to pull. 0-2 offering, and he takes high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So he's seen 3 fastballs. That one the first miss from LeMaison. Good speed on the base pass for the Blues with Massiangelo at second, Hansen at first. You've got the shortstop Garotti playing deep into the outfield grass and a little to his right at short. 1-2 offering. That's high. First breaking ball, and it's a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tollerman trying to battle with 2 strikes, keep the inning going. The Blues have Sam DiCarlo on deck. Tollerman himself the tying run at the plate. Outfield deep for the tall, strong right-handed hitter. 2-2, and he strike out. So LeMaison puts the fastball right by him, 86 miles an hour at the top of the zone, and that ends the inning. The Blues strand 2 more base runners as we head to the 6th at 6-3 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Daniel Garotti to lead things off here in the inning. It's top of the 6th. Garotti, Hacksworth, Cooper, Dulick up for the Orange County Riptide. 6-3 lead still for Orange County as Chris Stewart staying out. And the Blues might have found something with Stewart. You were talking maybe that his windup looks a little bit different. You want to walk the viewers through maybe what you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm seeing maybe a mechanical adjustment, and you could possibly draw that back to his location, why he's been able to spot out balls better. But take a look, viewers, when he brings that leg up, there's a little hitch, a little bounce happening when he brings it to the top.
A little bit inside. Behind Garrotti to the backstop, and behind him by about a yard. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, the hitch was not there that time.
So Stewart has thrown 2 and a third now for the Blues. He has given up a couple of runs, but both were charged to foul. He came in with the bases loaded, gave up a hit, but then a 1-2-3 inning, his first full inning of work, and worked around a couple of doubles last inning. And now he evens up the count 1-1 as Garrotti goes around. Stewart trying to give the Blues some bulk here in the middle innings of this ballgame. Protect just the 3-run deficit. As Garrotti swings and misses at the fastball. Went fully around this time at 89. 1-2.
It's a big old swing.
Left-on-left matchup to start the 6th. Stewart into his windup, brings it home. That's a little bit low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's in the dirt, but that's a much better miss for Stewart than some of the ones that we've seen so far this summer.
Yeah, and Stewart can tell that Garrotti is liking that pitch lower in the zone, in the dirt. Saw the hands move towards it like he was going to swing, but then pulled up last second.
2-2. Poked foul straight back to the netting, so the count's still even. Blues have Caden Tynes warming up and Jake Bold for fun warming up, pitching with a catcher's glove on in the bullpen. I think Tynes is the only serious arm out there, as that pitch is a little bit inside, 3-2. The guys can still have a little fun. Tynes, you would assume, the next pitcher to come into this game. Roughed up a little bit in his start against Pasadena, now back in the pen. 3-2 offering, and Garrotti takes low. It's a leadoff walk for the shortstop. Runner at first and nobody out.
Yeah, like you said, Jack, the misses are there, but they're not quite as bad as we've seen them. You saw the first pitch going completely errant into the backstop. He sort of figured it out there with the sliders and the fastballs, missing not too far below the zone as Dean Traynor goes out to the mound.
That's the first walk for Stewart, and maybe that's a warning sign for Traynor. He could have been close to being pulled anyway, and now it looks like the entire bullpen huddling around Tynes, so the righty might be coming in. We'll see. Dean Traynor out to talk with Chris Stewart. We've seen Stewart on one occasion pitch a handful of innings. That's just because the Blues literally had nobody else other than position players. Today they've got a few more options. So Dean Traynor might not want Chris Stewart to tax his arm too much, especially if he's pitching well. Ended on a high note potentially. But who knows, that first walk for Stewart can often lead to a couple others. Trainor's going to let him stay out there and battle through this 6th. You've got Tynes hastening his warm-up in the bullpen.
Yeah, it just makes managing a team that much harder when you have a bullpen where there's very little arms left and guys who are maybe overworked, and your guy on the mound struggling to throw strikes. And do you keep him in? Do you want him to grow his confidence, or do you want to take him out, give Tynes a chance? Makes it extra harder when you're low on arms.
Another left-on-left matchup. This is Patrick Hacksworth, the DH from UCSD. Hacksworth squares to bunt and takes outside. Hacksworth has had 2 at-bats in this game. They came in the same inning, and he picked up 2 singles. We've seen Jake Hicksenbaugh for the Blues did that one time this season, but it's so rare to, let alone come up twice in an inning, but get 2 hits. That's outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Hacksworth, a guy who hit .327 his first season at UCSD, and there was only one game of his entire season where his average was below 300. So great bat-to-ball skills for the left-handed hitting DH. So he takes low, and now maybe the command's starting to fall off a little bit for Stewart. Three balls, no strikes. Runner at first, nobody out here in the 6th. Blues trail it by 3. They're trying to keep it close for when the offense might break through here in this game. Stewart kicks and deals. And that's right down the middle. 86-mile-an-hour fastball at the bottom of the zone, 3-1. What Dean Traynor doesn't want is for 1 walk to turn to 2, 2 to turn to 3, maybe another to turn into a run. 3-1 on the way. Popped up. left side and out of play, right over the dugout for the visiting Riptide. The count 3-2.
Stewart thankful to get a swing on that fastball inside. Hacksworth just gets fisted on it and fouls it out of play. Tons of movement on it. We talked about the two-seam action on the left-handed fastball coming in on the left-handed batters.
Full count. Payoff pitch. Poked on a line drive into left field. It's a third hit for Hacksworth. Racing around second and stopping there is Garati. So it's a walk and a hit to start the 6th inning for the Riptide.
You know, it's honestly a better sign for Chris Stewart. That's showing that he's wanting to come in the zone more, and he's able to. This is just a base hit that you just have to tip your cap at. I liked Kate O'Hara's deke over there at shortstop, faking as if he had a play on the ball, perhaps holding up the runner in Garati at second base.
So Caden Tynes continues to warm up, working a little bit quicker now. It's Cooper Dulick, the third baseman from Creighton, who steps up. Left on right matchup, 2 runners aboard, nobody out. Dulick has been hit by a pitch and grounded out. He squares to bunt, and he's hit. 88 off the ankle as he races down the third base line in tons of pain.
That's a sensitive spot. Not a lot of meat down there on the ankle. It's just skin, then bone. And so when a ball comes in and hits you there, yeah, that's going to hurt.
Still can barely walk on it. He's trying to will his way to first, and now a little bit of a jog forming for Dulick. That loads the bases. So as we were talking about for Stewart, the one walk has turned into bases loaded, nobody out. Now the Blues really have to be careful. Dulick still in pain as he walks past first base. He can barely put any weight on his right foot. Getting hurt there with any pitch hurts, let alone 88 mile an hour fastball. Dulick can still really not walk comfortably at all, but the Riptide will leave him out there, and I don't think Dean Trainer's leaving Chris Stewart out. He points to the pen. Caden Tynes coming in, and he'll inherit a tough situation. Bases loaded, nobody out as the Riptide try and add to their lead. We're going to take a break here on the top of the 6th. You up still? It's 6-3 Riptide here on the top of the 6th. They've got the bases loaded, nobody out, and Caden Tynes enters this game to face the left fielder from Pepperdine, Nick Upstill. Tynes inheriting the tough situation, trying to keep it close.
Yeah, the Cuesta righty coming in for his 5th appearance of the summer in 12 2/3 innings pitch. He's got a 1.42 ERA, 14 strikeouts, just 5 walks, and the 2 earned runs.
So up still, the left fielder from Pepperdine has walked and struck out in this game. The Blues have the infield in. 3-run lead for the Riptide. The Blues trying to keep it there. But a chance for Orange County to really add on some insurance here in the 6th. Caden Tynes delivers, and up still takes a changeup high. 1 ball and no strikes.
I think Spear was crossed up on that pitch. He went to stand up from the squat, came back down on the changeup. Might have been anticipating fastball. Conversation could be had soon.
Infield in, all bases occupied. 1-0. Up still, ropes it up the middle. That's a base hit. In to score from third is Garati rounding around third. Patrick Hacksworth. Throw is non-existent from Burns. 2-run score. It's 8-3.
And Upstill just doing a fantastic job on this fastball. This pitch is not even in the zone, but he sticks out the bat, pokes it up the middle, hits it where they ain't. Just a classic base hit, brings in 2 more for OC.
And this is where Orange County has been so good today. When the Blues have given them base runners for free, they've taken advantage. And now that's 7 hits on the day for the Riptide. Blues still have just the 2. And it's now 8-3. There's still nobody out. And we're back to the top of the order for Isaiah Morales. Morales is 0 for 3. He's reached on an error. He's flown out to center, and he's popped out. And now Spear will go out to talk with Tynes. Beautiful sunset down the right field line. The sun may be setting on the Blues' comeback chances if they're not able to keep this one close at all. 5 runs already a big ask with the way that the Blues offense has performed so far this season. And still nobody out. The Riptide have a chance to add more. It's now Dulick at second, up still at first. 2 runs in the inning. And the throw gets away. Spear chases it to the backstop. Running to third is Dulick. To second is Upstill. Count 1-0. Second and third with nobody out.
And those are pitches that just make the inning hurt extra. Makes it go a little longer. You have runners going station to station, now in second and third instead of first and second. Now it makes the job of Isaiah Morales that much easier to bring him home with the infield in. Just got to put it in the air, something the Riptide hitters love to do already.
Infield back in, and Morales takes a curveball at the bottom of the zone for a called strike. 1-1. Morales already 8 RBI so far in the league season. And you got Nathan Cadena on deck, who's got 10. 2 big run producers coming up. Blues the infield back in, 1-1. And Morales takes the curveball low this time. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitching falling apart a little bit in this one for the Blues. 2-1 the count. Tynes deals, and Morales takes a curveball. Center cut. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 3 straight curves from Caden Tynes, and the count's evened up.
Lots of good movement, but I think the best movement we've seen all day.
So 2-2, strikeout spot for Tynes. He delivers, and that's poked on the ground to second. Sam DiCarlo up with it. He looks the runner back to third and goes to first for out number 1.
DiCarlo doing the right thing, staring down the runner at third base, making sure he doesn't go home, while also not being too hasty with the throw over the first base. Does the right job and gets the out.
Well, the runner at third, Dulick, bounced off the base when the ball went to DiCarlo. And didn't get off far enough for DiCarlo to think about coming home with it or going to third, so just looked the runner back. You're right, the smart play on defense for the Blues, and they'll take a couple more of those. Still the infield in, 1 out. This is Nathan Cadena. And Cadena takes a curveball inside, 1-0. Cadena doubled back in the 5th, walked and scored in the 3rd after striking out in the 1st off Justin Feld. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 runners aboard. It's Dulick at third, up still at second. Tynes strides and shoots. And that curveball's inside as well. 2 balls and no strikes.
Not by much. Not missing too far with the curveball.
Two 2-0 on the first baseman from San Jose State. Pitch on the way. And that pitch is outside. 3 balls and no strikes. A walk would load the bases for Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State, who's got an RBI today. He's on deck. At this point in the game, you just cannot put more runners on base in these kind of situations if you're the Blues. 3-0. That curveball's in there, so he goes to the curveball as his trusted pitch in a 3-0 count. As we've talked about a couple of times, no such thing as a fastball count anymore.
No, Tynes really working on that curveball, wanting to gain his confidence on it. Like I said, he's not missing much on it, so why not go to it?
3-1. To the curveball again. It's lifted in the air down the left field line. Racing over the line is Jariah Lewis, and he watches it into the bullpen for the Riptide, and the count moves full. So good job by Tynes. He's whipped in 2 straight breaking balls to even this count up. A full count with 2 runners aboard on Nathan Cadena. Cadena now hitting above 275 on the summer. We mentioned those 10 RBI. First baseman from San Jose State. Tynes sets just above the belt, brings it home, and that's strike 3 called. Cadena spins around, didn't like the call. 2 straight nice outs by Caden Tynes, and this time he comes back down 3-0.
Yeah, goes back with the curveball. Clearly, he's feeling it right now. Yeah, this one is center cut with lots of great movement on it. Just freezes up Cadena for the second out. And yeah, great job coming back, collecting 2 outs right away.
Sometimes it's hard to freeze a guy with 66 miles an hour, but when you buckle the knees of the curveball, it's got that effect. Here's Reese Chapman. That pitch on the outside corner. This is Grady Morgan, the center fielder from Fresno State. So with 2 outs, the Bulldog steps up. No balls and 1 strike. Morgan, as we mentioned, the RBI on the sac fly in the 3rd. 0-1 offering. Morgan swings over top the curveball. 0-2. Caden Tynes, after giving up the ground ball up the middle, a chance to escape the inning, limit the damage, make it just the 2-run frame. Coming set 0-2. 2 runners aboard, 2 outs. He delivers. That's inside, and it hit him. And that's a blessing in disguise for the Blues. A run was going to come in to score if that didn't hit him. So now the bases are loaded for Chapman. It really is pick your poison.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the runs would come in to score, but they could be anyway with the most lethal guy in their lineup striding up there, and Reese Chapman. Don't give him a pitch to hit. I think this is a guy that would be ready for 66 miles an hour and would turn on it.
An 0-2 pitch that just got away from Caden Tynes. Sure, he'd love a do-over, but he's got to do it over against the right fielder from Tennessee, Reese Chapman, team leader with 16 runs batted in. He's got a single and a double today. Pitch on the way. Chapman gets the 65-mile-an-hour curveball, and he's ahead in the count. So I guess he might have been ready for 66, but not 65.
That's the cutoff point.
Bases loaded. It's Dulick at 3rd, up still at 2nd, Grady Morgan at 1st. 0-1 offering. And this curveball is lofted in the air towards the shortstop O'Hara, who makes the shoestring catch. Good job by Caden Tynes. Gives up the 2, but keeps it at that. A 2-run frame. It's now 8-3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. 8-9-1 for the Blues here in the bottom of the sixth. It's now an 8-3 lead for the Riptide. Sam DiCarlo, Kate O'Hara, Nin Burns coming to the plate. Blues chasing 5. Still Brett Garcia on the hill as that pitch is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Or I stand corrected. This is still Tristan LeMaison. So he came in last inning, stays on the hill for the Riptide, 1-0. And DiCarlo takes on the outside corner with a fastball, 1-1. Blues just trying to find a way to rally back in this one. It is also just game 1 of 2. So at the very least, trying to find a way to build some momentum going into tomorrow. And it's crazy, this game, Nate, has felt like it's taken forever, but we're not even 2/3 of the way through. So the Blues still have time if they want to mount a comeback.
Yeah, still plenty of time. And yeah, whether it be getting a win today or building momentum for tomorrow, it's one of those things where you don't give up now.
1-2 offering, and DiCarlo takes outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The game has been 2.5 hours already, and we're not even through the bottom of the 6th. And it's hard to really point out why this game has taken so long, but it definitely has. As DiCarlo spoils this one foul. I mean, the first inning alone, when you combine both teams' half innings, took 30 minutes.
Yeah, you play that game sometimes as a player. When you do the math in your head, like, well, if that inning took that long and then you add it up with that inning, and I've been there when you're a guy in the dugout, and you're like, wow, why is this game taking so long? You can't quite seem to figure it out.
DiCarlo pokes a 2-2 up the middle, and it bounces off the second base bag into center. So a base hit to start the inning for DiCarlo. Runner at first, nobody out.
Yeah, good stroke for Sammy. Swinging the new lumber today. Talked about it in batting practice. Wanted to switch things up. He didn't think he was hitting it that well with the Victus bat. Switched it up. Now he's using the Zinger. Those are the 2 more popular bats you're seeing in this day and age. But good stroke by Sammy. Return to sender up the middle.
He's been on base now twice, a walk and a run scored in the 4th. Now he starts the inning with a single. Here's Kate O'Hara. O'Hara reached on an error back in the 4th inning after grounding out to the pitcher Maloney to start the game. Runner at first, nobody out. First pitch to O'Hara, and the Texas shortstop hits it into the gap in right center. It falls for a base hit. Cutting it off in right field is Chapman. It bounces under his glove, and O'Hara will head for second. Here's the throw in, the tag attempt. O'Hara's on the bag, but out. The tag applied from the shortstop, Garotti, and the Blues start to boo from the dugout.
It was a pretty close play, but I do like the aggressiveness from Kate O'Hara trying to stretch that into a double. Thinking, too, this is a ball that's not hit awfully hard. Nestles into shallow right center, but he thinks he can stretch it out into the double with the speed he's got. Hey, go ahead and try it out. But Sam DiCarlo going first to third, and all of a sudden you got another run 90 feet away. Just wanting to chip away here for San Luis Obispo.
The throw was a little wide from Chapman, but the shortstop Garotti was able to corral it and then come back to the bag in time to beat Kate O'Hara there. He got the tag down. Runner at third with 1 out. The first pitch fastball is outside and in. Burns 1-0. Burns has 2 walks and a line out right back to the pitcher. Seeing it well today, seeing it big. Chance to knock in a run. 3 RBI so far in the league summer. The former Cal Poly Pomona center fielder, but that one's to the backstop. In comes Sam DiCarlo. It's an 8-4 ball game. Another run for free.
Those are the ones the Blues are going to need if they're wanting to come back in this one. Having those happen and also growing the bats. I liked what I saw, too, with that Kate O'Hara approach. First pitch swinging and going after it. I think that's something the Blues need to use as well in their offensive approach.
So base is now empty, but another run for the Blues. 2-0 the count on the leadoff hitter, Nin Burns. He takes a little outside, so a 3-0 count. Burns a chance to walk for the 3rd time.
LeMaison seems to be yanking all of his pitches. Going away to the right-handed hitters, going in the dirt. You saw on the pass ball there, DiCarlo scored. Got to make an adjustment here. Nin Burns crowding over the plate, though. Makes it hard to come back inside.
3-0. That pitch is outside as well. It's a 3rd walk for Burns, and he's aboard. So the Blues some more base runners here in the 6th, and it's good to see them not giving up after the lead reached the highest total of the game. It was 8-3 entering this inning. The Blues have scored a run, and now you've got Uriah Lewis, who's swinging the bat well recently, who comes up.
This is a game that is close to out of place, I'd say, for San Luis Obispo. Out of reach, actually, is the correct phrase. But yeah, Jack, like you said, they're not giving up. They're still putting together some solid at-bats. I really like Nin Burns' at-bat, especially standing up on the plate for that final pitch to draw the walk. And you know a guy is struggling with command.
Left-hander Jariah Lewis against the righty LeMaison, and Lewis swings through the fastball, no balls on one strike. Lewis tripled and scored in the first, also knocked in the run with the triple, struck out in the second, and then popped out to the third baseman Dulick. That was back in the fourth. Burns will lead off first. Medium-sized lead for the center fielder. 0-1 on the way. Lewis laces it into center field. That's another base hit for the Blues. Burns running quickly around second. He gets the send to third. Morgan, the center fielder, will throw into second. It's first and third for the Blues with one out.
Yeah, why not? Just collecting hits. Jariah Lewis is one of those guys I've said, hit collector. He collects one more here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Yeah, that a boy, Jariah Lewis. Just a nice, sweet stroke. One of my favorite swings on the team. Just nice and easy. Hit hard, shallow center field. Gets it in over to third base, especially with the speed he's got. He's not just going to stay at second on a ball like that.
And who knows, LeMaison's already thrown one to the backstop in this inning. He could do it again, and Burns might be able to score that way. Another tying run on deck for the Blues, trying to start a rally here in the sixth. One out, first and third. Here's Matt Massiangelo. And the right fielder knocks it out of the glove of the catcher Garcia, 0-1. Blues getting hot in this inning. They've got 3 hits in the frame. Also the walk from Burns. The only out came from Cade O'Hara trying to stretch his single to a double. Right on left matchup. Massiangelo, the right fielder from CSU Bakersfield, has got 5 league runs batted in, a chance to add another here. He's been hit, he's walked, and he's grounded out. Lewis takes off for second. Pitch in the dirt, and it'll stay there. Garcia can't quite pick it up in time. Lewis still second base. 2 runners in scoring position for the Blues.
Great jump from Jariah Lewis. Just those long strides getting over to second. He collects his 12th stolen base of the year. He's now tied for Jacob Rulli on the team with 12 stolen bases. Now Matt Massiangelo, he's got runners at second and third.
Big RBI opportunity for the Roadrunner. 8-4 game. Blues have 2 runners on, just the 1 out. LeMaison deals, and Massiangelo takes outside, 2-1. And a lefty that's just starting to warm up in the pen for the Riptide. So LeMaison looks like he's got to labor through this inning. Try and get an ID on the arm out there. 2-1 the count. LeMaison delivers. Massiangelo ropes it into center. Another hit for the Blues. In to score is Burns. Getting the wave is Jariah Lewis. The center fielder Morgan's throw is wide. Lewis scores. Massiangelo to second. It's 8-6.
That is exactly what you need to do. Great swing by Matt Massiangelo, placing one into right center. The Blues are just wearing out that gap in this inning. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Love to see the offense come alive in this inning. They're not rolling over. They're not putting it away. They're alive and well.
91 the exit velo. Another hit just dunked in front of the outfielders. And the Riptide going to come out and visit with LeMaison. It's Trevor Ernst, the senior left-hander from San Jose State, who's now quickly warming up in the pen for the Riptide. And that's now 4 hits in the inning for the Blues. And no matter what pitcher comes in, the Blues will have the tying run coming to the plate.
Just inspiring stuff from San Luis Obispo, and an offense that has been lackluster throughout most of the season. Perhaps some character development against the top 2 teams in the CCL South. Love seeing them not back down against that competition, especially in this inning, answering back after the Riptide just added 2 more.
This meeting may be buying some time as well for Ernst, who continues to toss warm-up darts. You also have another arm that's getting loose. Not on the roster, but there's a number 45 that's warming up, at least stretching out, doing some weighted ball activities. Maybe he's the next arm to come in. But with the umpire breaking up the meeting, it is LeMaison that's going to stay out there, and he'll face JT Ricken, who, as we mentioned, the tying run for the Blues. Yeah, Massiangelo at second, and the right-hander that's getting stretched out is Brennan Farber, the junior, a Rancho Santa Margarita native. So it's Ricken against LeMaison with Massiangelo at second, Now an 8-6 game, so we near 9 p.m. LeMaison stares in at Ricken. Pitch on the way, and Ricken tags it down the right field line. Foul. Just over the bullpen for the Blues as Ricken gave it a ride. A no one count.
Hitting's contagious, and you'd love to see Ricken get the fever here with a runner on second base.
Massiangelo will lead off second. Tying run at the dish for the Blues. And now time is called. The ball got thrown out of the bullpen by Ernst. Maybe one that bounced off his catcher and then over that sidewall down the left field line. Now an errant throw by the reliever in the bullpen. And now play resumes. Massiangelo takes off his batting gloves at second. LeMaison steps off. Ricken waiting to get back in the box. Ricken is grounded into a fielder's choice today. He's grounded out to short, and he's struck out. 0 for 3 for the Blues' third baseman. 0-1 offering. And Ricken bends back out of the way of the breaking ball all the way to the backstop, and Massiangelo moves up 90 feet to third. Watch out.
And LeMaison just got to feel like he's drowning right now. When he comes in the zone, the Blues tag it somewhere, mostly been right center gap. But when he's out of the zone, he almost hits guys, and it goes into the backstop, and then another run comes in to score.
Crowd getting into it. They've watched a marathon game already, and we're still in the bottom of the sixth. Now Massiangelo at third, 1 out and a 1-1 count. If he's drowning, just trying to tread water as Ricken flies it foul again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The crowd, though, is getting into it. They're jeering on at LeMaison. They're trying to will the Blues to potentially tie this game up here in the sixth. LeMaison versus Ricken. Chance for Ricken to knock in a run. Even if the Blues can't tie it up, if they can make it 8-7, that's a whole new ball game. 1-2 offering. Ricken bounces it up the middle. This should score Massiangelo. The shortstop Garrotti goes to first, and he just gets Ricken there. Massiangelo in to score. It's an RBI for the third baseman. 8-7.
Yeah, now a 1-run ball game. Ricken, that actually does a job. You're reading the ground ball over there at third base. You see it immediately with 1 out. Got to take off. You see the downward angle, and it's exactly what Massiangelo did. Ricken does a job.
And that's not a swing that the Blues have made a whole ton this season, where they've got a runner at third, less than 2 outs. Maybe all they need is a ground ball up the middle. That's been a strikeout spot or a pop-out spot for the Blues. Maybe times are a-changing here today. It's Matt Spear coming to the plate. 2 outs now in the inning. You're right, a 1-run game. Blues some situational hitting, but just a lot more hitting in general in this inning. 4 runs now on 4 hits. And here's Matt Spear. Spear lifts it back and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, why stop now? Matt Spear been swinging a hot bat too. He had a walk and a base hit today. Like you said, Jack, that double in crunch time just a few days ago. This is a guy who's starting to hit the ball a little bit harder.
1-1 the count. LeMaison set at the belt, trying to escape this inning. He deals, and the pitch is outside. 2-1. Nobody aboard. 2 outs now in the inning. Spear trying to advance this frame. Jason Hansen standing on deck. Righty deals, and Spear chases the fastball up above. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 86 above the letters, and Spear went around, so the count evens up. LeMaison a strike away from getting out of this inning, keeping it just the 4 runs, keeping the Riptide in the lead. 2-2 the count. He deals, and Spear tags it out to deep center. Heading back is Morgan, the center fielder. Still looking up. He can't find it, and it's off the bottom of the wall. A couple hops near the track. Spear to second. It's a double, the 5th hit of the inning for the Blues. Stay hot, Matt Spear.
Yeah, Matt Spear getting hot. This is smoked out to center. He banged it back off the wall over the head of Morgan. This thing just kept going. Wind's not even blowing all that hard. That's how you just know he just got all of that baseball. Laser out to center for a double.
95 off the bat, 375 the distance, and just missed a home run. And Nate, we might get to the point here where the lights are making it impossible to see fly balls, and we've still got 3 innings to go.
Yeah, the lights, and I was just about to mention, too, it's that time of night where I talk about the twilight sky, making it hard to see. Looking like twilight is fading a little bit right now as it's getting darker. But it's hard to see the ball with the lights and the way the sky is shaded. But I think even if Morgan saw that ball right off the bat and saw it all the way through, he still gets burnt on that double.
Well, Maison going to depart. Ernst is coming in at tying run at second for the Blues. We're here in the 6th, and it feels like the 9th. We'll be back, a one-run game here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Tying run at second, 2 outs. Trevor Ernst into this game to face Jason Hansen. The San Jose State lefty takes over from LeMaison. 2 outs, the runner at second base, and the 6-foot, 220-pound left-hander into this ballgame.
Making his 8th appearance with a 5 ERA, 9 innings pitched.
Very dark now here at Sinsheimer Stadium. Jason Hansen trying to knock in the tying run. First pitch, and Hansen takes a fastball right down the middle. No balls and 1 strike. Hansen has struck out twice and walked in this game. And meeting at the mound, I wonder if the catcher Garcia got crossed up. We were talking, Nate, fly balls in the outfield with the lights are hard to see. It's got to be hard for the catcher and the hitter to see too. I mean, our camera can barely pick it up. It's getting so dark here. It's already one of the darkest games we've seen all summer, and it's just the 6th.
Yeah, the shadows are growing tonight here at Sinsheimer. That's just the way the lights are. A lot of darkness in pockets.
Hansen swings through the 0-1. That was a changeup, beautifully placed at the bottom of the zone. No balls and 2 strikes. And the Blues have already had an excellent inning, but the cherry on top would be tying this game up, heading into the back third of the game. Runner at second is Matt Spear. 0-2 on the way, and Hansen fights it foul. Just caught a piece at a fastball above the zone. Still 0-2.
It's a good spoil by Jason Hansen. All the momentum falling that way. Had to take a false step to get a hold of that baseball.
The Blues, I think, like the matchup here, at least coming into the at-bat. Jason Hansen, right-hander against the lefty Ernst. 0-2. Ernst delivers. Hansen fights it foul again. Went fishing at that changeup right at the bottom of the zone. Just able to catch a piece. Staying alive.
Yeah, low in the zone. This one clips the bottom half. It's a great job by Hansen going down and getting it. Staying alive. Just like you said, that gap over there between second and first is wide open. He's fouling him off that way. Wonder if he can keep his approach.
Another 0-2. It's outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Hansen continuing to battle with 2 strikes. They've got Spear, the tying run at second. The Blues already have 5 hits, 4 runs in this inning. A 1-2 the count. The lefty comes home, And Hansen ropes it on the ground, up the middle. A diving snag by Garrotti, and it's off his glove. Into center. Here comes the tying run spear. It's 8-8 on the RBI from Hansen, and he's hyped.
That's how you do it, kid. This one sharply hit, and Garrotti just can't make the play. Incredible diving effort, but it just kicks off his glove. And Jason Hansen, the RBI single.
Came in at 75, left Hansen's bat at 95 miles an hour, and for a second, it looked like Garrotti was going to keep it on the infield, maybe even get the out, but it bounced off his glove, past the center fielder Morgan. Spear comes in to score, and the Blues have tied it up here in the 6th. A 5-run inning, and they're not done. Here's Zach Tollerman, 9th batter to come up, and he takes a strike from Ernst, 0-1.
Just a light switch flipped on for the SLO Blues offense. That's how they've worked throughout the whole season, I'd say. They'll have moments where they just erupt. Their job now is to not completely deflate.
Tollerman pops it up. Right side in foul territory. The first baseman, Cadena, chases it to the netting. Right on that warning track near the Blues dugout. He makes the catch. A 5-run frame for the Blues. They've tied it up. It's the darkest game of the summer, and we're only heading to the 7th. 8-8. Both teams knotted up at 8 apiece. Well, Nate, a whole new ball game. It's 8-8 now as we head to the top of the 7th. It's so dark here, and we're only 2/3 of the way through the game, but the Blues have tied it up after the 5-run inning in the bottom of the 7th. And Caden Tynes retakes the hill. Aiden Garcia to lead things off against the righty, and the catcher takes outside 1-0. I mean, just talk about a complete 180.
God, just the game just completely flipped on its head. We actually mentioned it in the 5th inning that, hey, the Blues still have time to come back in this one, maybe out of reach, blah, blah, blah. Now completely in reach. They tied the game in the last inning where the offense just decided to barrel up baseballs back to back to back.
1-1 the count on Aiden Garcia. Garcia is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, and he takes a curveball in the outside corner, 1-2. Garcia flew out to left, back in the second. A ball that carried on Jariah Lewis before he had to make a leaping catch at the last second. The sacrifice fly in the third, and then he grounded out to short back in the 5th. A lot of new life for the Blues, and Caden Tynes looking to keep the pendulum swinging the Blues' way. 1-2. The righty deals, and Garcia down on strikes. He chased the curveball, 65 for the strikeout.
Yeah, Caden Tynes gets the sword. Like we talked about, he was throwing that curveball a lot when he first came to this game. Starting to make sense why. He's throwing it with lots of confidence there. Gets the half swing out of Garcia for out number 1.
So now with Garcia down on strikes, it's Daniel Garrotti, the shortstop from Oregon. Garrotti has walked his last 2 times up. Stranded at third back in the third inning and scored in the sixth. So he takes this one low all the way to the backstop on a big hop. 1 ball and no strikes. Garrotti 0 for 1. The one out, the line out to left, which we were talking about, probably hit any other day. Wind has died down a little bit more here to left as Garrotti takes high with a fastball this time. But you can still see the flag out in deep center waving towards that left field corner.
That's recent movement, by the way. Last inning, it was not doing that. It was starting to drape a bit.
2-0. That's a curveball roped into right, falling in front of the right fielder, Massiangelo. It's a hit for Garrotti. He's aboard. A runner at first with 1 out.
Yeah, Garrotti with some top spin hitting against that curveball. Drops right in front of Matt Massiangelo. There's really no play you can make on that. When it's dropping as much as it is and it has the spin, it's best to just leave it in front, just play it in front, and just take the base hit, get it into the infield.
So Garrotti continues to see the ball well. Here's Patrick Hacksworth, the DH. And he's swinging the bat just about as well as anyone today. He's 3 for 3 with 3 singles and 2 runs scored. His 3 hits have come in 2 separate innings. First pitch from Tynes, and Hacksworth bounces it on the ground. Could be 2. Hansen steps on the bag. Throw to second. The tag! Not in time! A head-first slide from Daniel Garrotti, and he gets in just under the tag. And listen to the boos.
Yeah, and for a second there, I thought the ball got away. That would be the only reason I would think he would be safe at second base. The tag definitely beat him, and Cato O'Hara put it in a good spot right at his hands. That's where you're supposed to go with that tag. I'm not sure how that's a safe call.
Might have been one of those swim slides. Blues almost turned 2, and now Caden Tynes has to battle with the runner in scoring position. 2 outs in the inning. Cooper Dulick comes up. 2 hit by pitches for the third baseman from Creighton, also a ground out to short. He takes a first pitch curveball right at the bottom of the zone for a strike. 0-1. You saw Tynes threw his hands to his head, jumped up and down. He was convinced the Blues got 2 and that the inning was over. Go ahead run at second here in the 7th. And Dulick takes low. Even though they didn't get the double play, another nice play at first base by Jason Hansen. He just still learning that position, but he's making it look easy.
He's fitting in well. Actually a plus defender over there.
A look to second, and a 1-1. And Dulick takes the curveball outside in the other batter's box, 2-1. So it's Garrotti at second. Good speed for the shortstop. The go-ahead run here in the 7th. The Blues tied the game up with 5 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Now an 8-8 game here in the top. 2-1. Breaking ball inside. Maybe a little bit high. Registered in the strike zone, but no call for Tynes. 3-1.
Spinning it well. Coming in still at 65 miles an hour.
3-1 on the way. And that one's on the outside corner. And the umpire still doesn't know how many strikes there are. That's the second time in this game. And he's trying to ring someone up. That's strike 2.
This time he did finish. He did both halves. First time he did the first half. Couldn't quite come through with the second. This time he played it out entirely.
That's a long game. Can't quite blame him. But a full count, runner at second. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Bounced on the ground. Coming in is the shortstop O'Hara. He has to play the high hop. Throws high, but Hansen stays on the bag in time for the out. A nice play again on defense by the Blues, and Caden Tynes works a scoreless 7th. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Still 8-8 on the Slow Blues streaming network. Same spot to lead off this inning as last inning. The Blues batted around in the 6th, so again it's Sam DiCarlo, Cato Hara, Nin Burns. A new arm, it's still Trevor Ernst who stays out there. First full inning of work for the San Jose State lefty, and he starts it off with a ball high.
It's a good job by Kane Tynes getting the offense back out there quickly. They clearly have the hot hand. Got to keep it going.
Sam DiCarlo starts it with a bouncer off the ankle of Ernst. He races off the mound, picks it up, and he's got no throw. Another leadoff base hit for Sam DiCarlo. He's reached his last 3 times up, and the Blues have the go-ahead run aboard.
Picking up right where they left off. This one's not hit as hard as his base hit in the previous inning, but still goes off Ernst's ankle, able to kick away, and he's able to reach first. Maybe a rally starter.
So Sam DiCarlo starts a second straight inning off with a base hit. Came around to score in the 6th as the Blues scored 5 runs last inning to make it 8-8. Now a chance to take the lead. Cato Hara had a single his last time up, was thrown out trying to advance to second just by a hair. Coming up for the second straight inning with Sam DiCarlo at first. Ernst, the lefty, comes set. DiCarlo will lead off first. San Jose State lefty deals, and O'Hara pops it up. Right side in foul territory. Chasing it and ranging over his own head is Cadena, and he makes the catch. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Kate O'Hara is retired.
O'Hara gets a fastball. Outer black in the zone, though. Instead of going after it with that top hand coming over the baseball, the right shoulder dips, and he comes underneath it. That's where you see the pop out right to Cadena. He's able to just make the easy put out.
So here's Nin Burns, the center fielder. Burns has 3 walks in this game. He's also lined out back to the pitcher. Walked and scored in the 6th. Go-ahead run at first with 1 out here in the 7th. Ernst stares DiCarlo's way. Now he brings it home. And Burns lines it straight back foul. No balls and 1 strike. Burns is another one of those players that we were talking about. Recent entry of the transfer portal for the former Cal Poly Pomona center fielder. Still seeing where his journey will end up. But another one of the Blues that had a great season last year. So the stats are hard to ignore. And the on-base percentage hard to ignore. It's continued to rise today with 3 walks. Picked to first, and DiCarlo back in with ease. Another one of those players that we feel like eventually should get snatched up by a good school.
And the sign of a guy who sees it well, and it made sense why he had such a high slug at Cal Poly Pomona. A guy who walks more than he strikes out, something a little more rare in this day and age.
That pitch is high and outside, 1-1 the count. So Ernst now facing the top of the order. It's Burns at the plate, and if the inning gets there, Jariah Lewis, who is Ernst's San Jose State teammate, on deck. 2 Spartans in the order today for the Blues. The last 2 that they've got. We'll see if those matchups come to fruition. 1-1. Burns takes high and out, 2-1. When you mentioned Burns, a ton of triples and home runs at Cal Poly Pomona. I think SLO would like one here.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give the Blues the lead. Blues haven't led since they took a 2-0 lead in the first inning. 2-1 the count. DiCarlo will lead off first. Ernst deals. And that's low in the dirt. It bounces off the plate. DiCarlo taken off for second. Garcia throws down. It is not in time. Sam DiCarlo swipes the bag on the ball in dirt. And now the go-ahead run's in scoring position for the Blues.
Someone's been doing their dirt ball reads at practice. He saw it right out of the hand. The breaking ball goes into the dirt. DiCarlo took off right away.
So now DiCarlo at second. That's huge. Runner in scoring position. 1 out, a 3-1 count on Burns. A walk here is not the worst thing for the Riptide. It would get you the lefty-on-lefty matchup with a double play in order. 3-1 offering. Burns swings and lines it straight back. So Ernst went right at him with a fastball, and the count evens up full. DiCarlo, good speed at second base. He's now 4 of 5 on stolen base attempts. If Burns is able to dink one into the outfield, DiCarlo enough speed to come around to score. Payoff pitch. Burns pops it up, foul.
Yeah, Burns not going down without a fight. This is a guy who's clearly seen the baseball well with the 3 walks on the day. And like I said, a guy who walks more than he strikes out. He knows his strike zone.
DiCarlo reading the outfielders. Now sets up. Decent lead off the second base bag. Held on there by Morales. Another 3-2. And Burns chops it into left field. It's a line drive base hit. DiCarlo gets the stop sign at third. And here comes the throw from Dulick. Now a fake. It's first and third. Another hit for the Blues.
A little excuse me swing from Nin Burns. Nestles one into shallow left field. That's what you do with 2 strikes. Doesn't got to be beautiful. Doesn't got to be a bomb. Just something to keep the rally going and pass the baton over to Jariah Lewis.
I think another lefty is getting ready to come into this game. That was almost like a swing down from Burns, and he still elevated the ball. One of those check swings that you're just happy it ended up where it did. Another lefty coming into this game. Ernst has given up now 2 hits in the inning. Still just the 1 out. The go-ahead run at third, and a new arm coming in. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with a new pitcher on the other side of this break. Big spot here for the Blues. Bottom of the 7th, first and third, 1 out. It's the go-ahead run at third base and Sam DiCarlo here in the 7th. And with a lefty Jariah Lewis up, it's the new left-handed arm coming into the game, Sam Hasagawa, the UCSD lefty, 6 foot, 195-pound Carlsbad native, comes in to get the lefty. So left on left, the runner takes off for second. Lewis squares around to bunt, a fake throw, and Burns swipes second base, and that's big. It takes away the double play.
And if I'm Jariah Lewis, I'm hunting the flat fastball from Sam Hasagawa. He's also going to come at you with the slider. That's the breaking stuff that he is most comfortable with. He also has a changeup as well, but for the most part, you're going to see fastball slider unless noted otherwise. He's feeling more comfortable with the changeup.
Hasagawa steps off, gives his defense a chance to bring the infield in. You've got the go-ahead run at third in Sam DiCarlo, another potential run for the Blues, and Nin Burns at second. This is a big strikeout spot for Hasagawa unless he can get a soft ground ball. Lewis just trying to bring in the 1 run. Pitch on the way, and Lewis takes outside. An excellent block by Garcia. Slid about a mile to his left to keep it in front, 2-0.
Yeah, Garcia is saving a run right there. That's a slider that skips in front of the plate, does a good job bodying it up. This one's destined for the backstop.
Another situation, a walk not the worst thing for the Riptide. It would set up another double play, and you've got another lefty on deck, Massiangelo. Lewis takes low, so 3 balls and no strikes. Lewis has tripled in this game to knock in a run. He singled and knocked in a run, scored 2 of his own. He's also struck out and popped out. He's 2 for 4. 3 balls, no strike to count, and now they'll just issue the intentional walk. So Lewis tosses the bat, unties the cleats, and here comes Matt Massiangelo, bases loaded with 1 out.
Yeah, keep it on the left-on-left matchup, but this is a kid who's seen it well, too. He had a walk and a base hit in his last 2 at-bats. So really nice swing into right center field for Massiangelo. Hopefully he can find another hole here and put the Blues on top.
You got 3 of the fastest Blues on the base paths, so trying to turn 2 won't be incredibly easy. DeCarlo at third, the go-ahead run. Burns at second, Jariah Lewis at first. Those 2 might be the 2 fastest on the team, Burns and Lewis. Matt Massiangelo trying to come through here for the Blues. Corners in, middle back, trying to turn a double play for the Riptide. Another left-on-left matchup. Hasegawa delivers, and Massiangelo takes low. Garcia saves him again. 1 ball and no strikes.
And right now the scenario seems to be let Hasegawa come to you. Massiangelo, don't try to do too much. Just keep it simple. I feel like that's what the Blues hitters find success, is when they keep those short strokes and try to have that up-the-middle approach. It's Massiangelo has to do the same here.
Hasegawa set at the belt. He delivers, and that's low. Another nice block by Garcia. Just smothered it. 2 balls and no strikes. And now the first baseman, Cadena, out to talk with Hasegawa. You cannot walk in the go-ahead run here.
No, and he can't seem to find the spot with the fastball and the slider, both being skipped in front of the plate in the other box, in the right-handed batter's box. Sam just really needed to find some command here.
Blues trying to get to 500 for the first time since the second game of the league season, and they've got a chance to take the lead here in the 7th. Go-ahead run at third, bases loaded, 1 out. 8-8 game. The pitch on the way, and that's outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Hasegawa with 1 more ball will put the Blues in the lead. Second series between these 2 teams of the summer. Blues are 2-0. Blues are the only team the Riptide have not beat in the South. They might forfeit the lead here in this inning. 3-0 pitch as Hasegawa's got to enter the zone. The lefty delivers, and that is low. It's a walk. The Blues take the lead. 9-8 as Massiangelo takes first base, and Hasegawa comes in, 2 walks.
And you know what? The Blues will take it. It's not a base hit, but it gets the job done. You still have the opportunity to bust it open here with runners at first and second, and JT Rickens striding up now.
I was just going to say, you've gotten the 1 job done, you've taken the lead, and now's the chance you make this inning hurt. Who knows how many innings like this are going to continue to come against the Riptide, the second-place team in the South. You really have to take advantage when they're giving you these runs. And a chance here for JT Rickens to pour salt on the wounds. Bases still loaded. Burns at third, Lewis at second, Massiangelo at first, as Rickens takes a first pitch fastball for a strike. The 1 run already in. DeCarlo, who led off the inning with a single, all the way around to score. Blues trying to add more. 0-1. Rickens checks his swing. Did he go around with the high fastball? He did not. 1 ball and 1 strike. JT Rickens in this game is 0 for 4. He's grounded out to short twice, grounded into a fielder's choice back in the first inning, and struck out. Chance to make up for all that here in this at-bat. He swings and bounces one off his own foot to short. Foul ball. So you've seen Hasegawa come in, walk 2. Now he's gotten ahead of Rickens. You're JT standing in the box. What are you looking for?
I'm just looking for the fastball. Hasegawa just wants to come into the zone here and just find more confidence in any pitch right now. I think a good start with that would be the fastball. So I'm JT Rickens. I'm sitting on the fastball.
And then Burns has to be ready to run off third, try and score. We've seen a ton of pass balls today. Rickens swings, cracks it on the ground to third, into the hole, a base hit. Burns in to score. Here comes Lewis. Throw from the left fielder. Up still is offline. It's 10. It's 11-8. JT Rickens comes through.
Yeah, Rickens gets the fastball. Do what he does, right into the 5-5 hole, into left field, bringing in 2 more runs for San Luis Obispo. That's how you capitalize.
What a swing. A 2-strike base hit for JT Ricken. And the Blues have scored 3 in the inning, and they're not done. Ricken's 6th and 7th league runs batted in. The speed pays off for the Blues. The approach has been excellent. 11 hits now, 11 runs for San Luis Obispo, and they lead it by 3. What a turnaround these last couple innings. 8 runs across the last 4 outs for the Blues. They're still just 1 away here in the inning. Massiangelo at second, Ricken at first, and Matt Spear takes outside. Well, Ricken got the fastball, and he just snuck it by Dulick, the third baseman.
Not only is the run production something to look forward to for SLO, but the type of at-bats they've been having as well. Not giving up, especially with 2 strikes, it's inspiring for the offense.
Still a chance to score more. Got another runner at second. Same with Ricken at first, just the 1 out. Another left-on-left matchup. Has not been the biggest deal for the Blues so far in this inning. 1-1 offering, and that's outside, 2-1. And this game is really an anomaly for these two squads. Both of the teams came into this game with team ERAs under 4. 8 runs already for the Riptide, 11 for the Blues. We're just in the 7th. And these two well-pitching teams have fallen apart on the mound. And it's just about which team can score the most runs. 2-1. Spear takes high, 3-1. And the big difference that allowed the Riptide to be in second, the Blues to be just down in 4th, is the hitting. Orange County came in with a 248 average. The Blues came in with a 206, but it's the Blues leading on the scoreboard and in the hit column today. 3-1, a walk would load the bases. A pick to second. Massiangelo dives in. But two teams that have twirled the pill so well this season, and neither team has been all impressive on the mound today. Yeah,
and coming down the stretch, we've talked about how bullpens and arms get worn out on rosters, especially in Summer League. You're just kind of looking for anyone, any help right now. And I think that goes for both sides.
Spear takes a 3-1 high. It's another walk, and the bases are loaded. If you include the intentional walk, that's the 3rd walk in this inning. The Blues also have 3 hits after having 5 hits and a walk last inning. It's just an unreal turnaround for the Blues. They were down by 5. Now they're up by 3. And Jason Hansen a chance to add.
Yeah, Matt Spear has yet to be retired today and puts together another great at-bat here for the Blues to keep the rally going. And Jason Hansen, that's a guy I'd like to put the situation, like to put it in his hands. I'd trust him.
Hansen knocked in a run with a single back in the 6th. And he takes in the dirt here. 1 ball and no strikes. And the Riptide really just have not figured out a way to pitch to the Blues in these last 2 innings. The Blues had 2 hits entering the 6th. In a span of 4 outs, they've picked up 9 and 8 runs. And Hansen takes low. 2 balls and no strikes. I'm not sure where this came from.
No, it's completely flipped a switch. The Blues offense just decided in the middle of the game to just bust out.
Garcia goes out to talk. We were talking about the standings. You've got Orange County in second, 2.5 games back of first. The Blues are in 4th place. They're 6 games back of first, but they're just 1.5 games back of third. We'll still got to wait and see what happened with the Saints in tonight's game. A chance for the Blues to continue to rise and get to 500, and who knows, once they get there, where this team can go. Hansen takes a 2-0 fastball high, 3 balls and no strikes. 1 more ball, and the Blues will add another run. Still bases loaded. Hasegawa bent over at the waist looking for his sign. Comes set at the belt and deals. That fastball is right down the middle for a strike. The Saints ended up winning tonight. And that game's already over despite starting after the Blues and the Riptide. A 5-1 win for the Saints over the Foresters. So for now, they'll continue to climb. Santa Barbara drops a game, 3-1. That's in the dirt. So Hansen walks. It's 12-8, and the bases, again, still loaded.
Yeah, the free ones for OC Riptide really hurting him right now as the coach for OC coming out to talk to Hasegawa.
Infield will join him. You know who I feel bad for right now? It's Caden Tynes. Of course, I'm sure he'd love to pitch with a lead, but it feels like it's been an hour since we last saw him on the mound.
Well, it's nice getting rest as a pitcher. You like having your offense giving you some time to rest up the arm, maybe do some stretches, but at some point there's too much time and you can become a little stiff and maybe not as ready to get back out there. So I'm sure he's down there stretching. Yeah, we can see him doing some warm-up tosses to Jake Bull down there in the bullpen.
New righty entering the game. We're going to take another break. Blues still have the bases loaded. They have the lead for the first time since the first, and we'll come back soon on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. New righty in for the Riptide. Stop me if you've heard that one before. It is the 7th pitcher of the game for Orange County. With one out in the bottom of the 7th, the bases loaded. They head to Brennan Farber, the 6'6" right-hander from Lewis and Clark State College. It will be Farber versus the righty Zach Tollerman. The Blues now up by 4, bases loaded, 1 out. Tollerman, the DH, steps up to the dish. As Farber set at the belt. A long hold, he brings it home. And Tollerman takes a slider inside. Wicked movement on that pitch, but a little off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. Blues have Ricken at third, Spear at second, Hansen at first. Farber delivers, and Tollerman cracks it on a line off the glove of the shortstop Garati into center field. Here comes Ricken. He scores. Spear stops at third. It's 13-8.
Keep them coming, Slow. No reason to stop now. Just a laser. Just can't come down with it is Garati. And I don't blame him. Could have put a hole through his glove.
Tollerman cracked it at 92 miles an hour. That is now the 4th hit in this inning for the Blues. They had 5 last inning. And now that's 13 on the day, 12 on the day. And the scoreboard is so bright out and left, it contrasts against the dark sky up above. You can almost barely read it here. And the Blues have batted around for the 2nd straight inning against one of the best pitching teams in the league. Now with a 5-run lead, it's Sam DiCarlo, his 2nd at-bat of the frame, singled to lead off this inning. First pitch from Farber, and DiCarlo takes inside 1-0. It was 8-8 entering this inning. It's 13-8, and there's still just the 1 out.
Wow.
These teams have combined for 21 runs, and we're not even through the 7th. Already a 3.5-hour game. As DiCarlo takes a two-seamer on the outside corner, 86 for a strike, 1-1. DeCarlo's reached and scored his last 3 times to the plate. A walk and 2 singles. One offering. And DeCarlo swings and misses at the breaking ball, 1-2. It's Spear at third, Hansen at second, Tollerman at first. The rally keeps continuing for the Blues. Farber a big strikeout spot unless he can roll a double play. 6-6 righty comes set, brings it home. And DeCarlo bounces it on the ground, could be a double play. Spinning is Morales, he goes to second for 1 to first. It is a double play. So the Riptide turn it, but not before they give up 5 runs here in the 7th to the Blues. It's 13-8 as we head to the 8th on the SLO Blues streaming network. It was 8-3 Riptide at one point. It's now 13-8 Blues, and we're into the top of the 8th inning. 3.5 hours it's taken us to get through 7 frames. And Caden Tynes, despite the long wait, retakes the hill. He'll face 9-1-2 in the Riptide order. It's Nick Upstill, Isaiah Morales, Nathan Cadena coming up here in the 8th for the Riptide. Caden Tynes trying to keep Orange County at bay and help the Blues get to a win here in Game 1. Upstill swings to the first pitch, cracks it on the ground on a couple hops to first. Underhand flip from Hansen to Tynes, and he gets there in time. So 1 pitch, 1 out, exactly what the doctor ordered for Caden Tynes here in the 8th. And there's 1 away. So now back to the top of the order for Orange County. It's Isaiah Morales, the second baseman from Saddleback. Morales flew out to center in the first, reached on an error and scored in the 6-run third inning. That's provided the majority of the runs for the Riptide here today. Popped out to first back in the 4th, and then grounded out to second in the 6th. Tynes from the stretch, kicks and deals, and Morales takes the first pitch curveball for a strike. So now pitching with a 5-run lead, Caden Tynes has one job, and that's just fill up the zone, try and get these outs as quickly as possible. There's another game tomorrow between these two teams. That pitch is outside. We did learn that Orange County is staying the night, which is a very good thing to hear. With this game, who knows, it might end past 10 p.m. If they had to go all the way back to Orange County and then come back here tomorrow, that would be a couple of long trips, and it would be surely be a long night tonight. But they'll be staying the night in a hotel in SLO. They'll get to wake up, have a nicer breakfast, and get to the game tomorrow. This has been a marathon contest here today. 2-1, and Morales takes the fastball high, 3-1. Now the Riptide, if they're not able to pick up a win today, will be desperate for one tomorrow. If they're not able to beat the Blues in either of these 2 games, the Blues will win the season series through just the 4 games. As that's outside to Morales, he draws a 1-out walk. A win today would put the SLO Blues at 3-0 against the Riptide this summer. And these teams only play 7 games against each other, so Riptide trying to beat the Blues for the first time this year, and Well, I think they thought they might have had a win in hand when they were up 8-3. Big difference now, 13-8 Blues. Here's Nathan Cadena, the first baseman from San Jose State. He's going to walk in a double today to go along with a pair of strikeouts. Tynes with the runner at first, kicks and deals. Cadena hits it high and deep to left, hooking, foul. Would have been gone at the distance, but foul by a mile as well. No balls and 1 strike. Just launched off the bat of Cadena, but way out in front of the breaking ball. 0-1, runner at first, 1 out in the 8th. Tynes delivers, and that curveball's high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Tynes had at least a 30-minute break, and he's had 2 long breaks with the Blues offense erupting for 11 runs across the last 2 innings. Got a lot of time to breathe, as that's foul again down the third base line, 1 and 2. Talking about with Nate, of course, you do like to get some rest as a pitcher, but eventually, I mean, sometimes the pitcher's got to go out. They do some extra tosses while the offense is still hitting. There is such thing as a little too much time. 1-2 the count on Cadena. Morales with a leadoff first after he walked. 1-2 on the way. Cadena pops it in the air right side and foul over the Blues bullpen, and the count stays 1-2. So we'll see how much more that Tynes can give the Blues. Maybe it's just the 8th, and Dean Trainer's got a man picked out for the 9th inning. Blues is patching together this one, and even though they've given up the 8 runs, their pitching's been far more reliable than the Riptide. 1-2 offering. Cadena strikes out swinging. A perfect curveball from Tynes, 2 away. Caden Tynes is the 3rd pitcher to come into the game for the Blues. The Riptide have now used 7. Maloney, Garcia, LeMaison, Ern, Hasegawa, Farber, just to get through 7 innings. It's been the last 2 frames. The Blues have really piled it on, and Hayden Tynes could get a shutdown inning if he's able to retire Grady Morgan here. Center fielder from Fresno State. Doesn't have a hit yet in this game, but he's reached on a hit by pitch. He also has a sac fly. As that gets to the backstop, advancing to second is Morales. So a runner at second with 2 away. Morgan flew out to left in the first. That sacrifice fly with a run batted in the 3rd. Strikeout in the 5th before he was hit by a pitch, with 2 outs in the 6th. 2 away, runner at second. 1-0 the count on the left fielder. And Morgan takes low. 2 balls and no strikes. Now, think about the last couple innings for the Blues. They didn't only get the 1 run to give them the lead. They didn't stop there. No, they put up 5 runs last inning to take a 5-run lead. So Tynes can afford to give up 1 or 2. So he misses low. 3 balls and no strikes. And we've seen a lot of stressful games for the Blues, where even if they're able to take the lead, maybe it's just the 1-run lead and they give that up. But now you give yourself a little bit of a buffer. You allow for a mistake or 2 from Caden Tynes, or maybe the defense. 5-run lead. 3-0. Morgan taken all the way and gets a changeup with the bottom of the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike. For the Riptide, this game certainly isn't over. We've seen how this field can play under the lights this dark of a night. The pitching today, it's thin for the Blues. So the Riptide shouldn't give up yet. As Morgan takes the curveball in the outside corner, the count moves full. Certainly a ball game that the Riptide could come back if they're able to work some good at-bats. They'll need one here from Grady Morgan. Full count, 2 outs, the runner at second. Tynes brings it home, and that's roped on the ground, foul on the first base line. Morgan came into this game hitting .257, a home run, 5 runs batted in. Chance to add RBI number 6 here with Isaiah Morales, who's got good speed at second. A deep breath from Tynes, another payoff, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out with the curveball yet again. Tynes walks off a scoreless 8th as we head to the bottom half of the inning. It's still 13-8 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom of the 8th, still the 5-run lead for the Blues, and it's Kate O'Hara to lead things off. Then Burns and Lewis, 9-1-2. Brennan Farber, the 7th arm into this game for the Riptide, stays out on the hill after getting the double play to end the 7th. He'll start by facing the Texas shortstop, righty at the plate, Kate O'Hara. Farber deals, and O'Hara starts it off by popping it out of play. No balls on 1 strike. The Blues are looking to win their 3rd straight game for the 2nd time the last couple weeks. They had that stretch going into the break where they beat Santa Barbara, and then they beat Conejo in back-to-back games to go into the All-Star break, as that pitch is a little off the outside corner. That was the first time that the Blues had won 3 in a row in league play in the last 2 summers combined. So a chance for the Blues to find a little deja vu and do it for the 2nd time in a couple weeks. It would also move them to 500, and that would be the first time the Blues were at the 500 mark since the 2nd league game of the year. They haven't been above 500 at any point. It's been well over a month and a half since the Blues were at the equilibrium point. 2-1. O'Hara pops it up. Shallow right field. Out goes the second baseman Morales. He calls off Chapman, the right fielder, and makes the catch himself with 2 hands for out number 1. So back to the top of the order for the Blues. It's Nin Burns, the center fielder. Burns has had a nice day at the plate. 3 walks, a single. And the only time he was retired, he lined out right into the glove of the catcher or the pitcher Maloney. The only time that Burns has been sat down by the Riptide today. Pretty much a perfect day from your leadoff man. You get on base 4 times. He's scored 3 runs. He's got a stolen base to put him at 12 on the summer. Nice day for the recent transfer portal entrant. He takes a little bit low, 1 ball and no strikes. Blues up by 5. And it really happened with the snap of a finger. Took a while, but happened quick. Blues 10 runs across the last 2 innings. 1-0. That's a little low as well. 2 balls and no strikes. It's been a handful of walks, but it's mostly been the hits, which is one of the first times that we've seen that this summer, where the Blues earning the runs. 12 hits for their 13 runs. 10 of them the last 2 innings. 2-0 offering, and that's on the outside corner with a fastball, 2-1. Burns was the leadoff hitter for Cal Poly Pomona in his sophomore season. All 48 games for the Broncos. Now in the transfer portal after being all CCAA honorable mention. 2-1. That's high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Walks more than he strikes out. One of the fastest players on the team. Was a perfect 20 for 20 on stolen bases. Second on the team in slugging and OPS. He'll find a home with those skills. Farber deals, and Burns lines it straight back, 3-2. I mean, we knew from the second that Burns stepped on the field for the first pitch of batting practice, the first game of the season, he's an athlete. I mean, he used to play quarterback at Covina High School. Has had an OPS above 900 in each of his first 2 collegiate seasons. Speed, power combo, and a good eye. That's one of the more underrated traits of the Blues center fielder. 3-2. And he draws his 4th walk of the game. Oh, there's the eye. Burns has been aboard in 5 of his 6 plate appearances, and he's on first with 1 out here in the 8th. So here's Uriah Lewis to face Farber for the first time. Lewis has had a nice day as well. He's scored 3 runs. He's knocked in 2, a single, a triple, an intentional walk. He's also popped out and struck out. Burns will lead off first. A minimal lead with a 5-run advantage as Lewis tags it in the air deep to center. Drifting back is Morgan. He now camps under it, and the center fielder puts it away with 1 hand. So Lewis retired on 1 pitch, now 2 outs, and the batter will be Matt Massiangelo. Massiangelo has walked twice, been hit by a pitch once. He's got a single, an RBI, 2 runs scored. He's 1 for 2, but he's been on base 4 times. Farber trying to work a scoreless inning. Blues have scored in 3 of the last 4 frames, including back-to-back 5-run innings. And Massiangelo hits in the air. Shallow center. Morgan ranges in. At the last second, he slides, and he makes the catch. So a nice play by the center fielder, catches back-to-back balls, and we're headed to the ninth. A 5-run lead for the Blues. Looks like Caden Tynes will come back out, and the Blues will search for 500 with 3 more outs. Well, here we go. Blues need 3 more outs to improve to 500 for the first time since the second league game of the summer, and they'll have to go through the heart of the order. It'll be Reese Chapman, Aiden Garcia, Daniel Garotti, the shortstop from Oregon, will come up third in the inning. But first, it's Reese Chapman, the right fielder from Tennessee, to lead things off. Chapman has 2 hits in this game, a single and a double. He's also reached on an error and lined out. Takes outside with a fastball here from Caden Tynes, who stays out for the ninth. 1-0 as the Cuesta College righty looking to earn a 3-inning save for the Blues. 5-run lead for San Luis Obispo here in a marathon game. Chapman takes a curveball outside, a quick 2-0 count. It was 8-3 Riptide heading into the bottom of the 6th. It had already taken 3 hours to get to that point. It's taken us nearly 4 hours to get to this point. The Blues have scored 10 unanswered runs. 2-0. Chapman gets a fastball, takes it for a strike on the outer half. 2-1. Caden Tynes is taking some long breaks. He's back out on the mound again. 3rd full inning of work. Trying to close this one out for the Blues. 2-1 offering. Chapman fouls it away. Right off the merchandise tent, a bounce out of the stadium. 2-2. Chapman came into this game, .368 average, 60% hard hit rate. He's certainly been impressive. One of the reasons the Riptide were able to put up the 8 runs. Normally that'd be enough for a win, but not today with the Blues offense. 2-2, Chapman golfs it out, deep to right. Heading back is Massiangelo, still going back. He stops in front of the track and makes the running catch. So Chapman sent it for a ride. During the daytime, that might have been gone. But nothing to show for it here. 1 out in the 9th. Hit it 90 off the bat. Yet another hard hit ball by Chapman. 342 feet into the gap in right field. But Massiangelo able to track it down, and here's Aiden Garcia. Garcia, the catcher from Golden West, still looking for his first hit today. He's got a sacrifice fly and an RBI. Also another fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. Tynes, the Cuesta righty, toes the rubber. First base side of the mound, looking in at the Golden West catcher. Right on left matchup. He deals, and Garcia takes a first pitch curveball at 68, strike 1. That was called a little bit high. That's ball 1. It looked like right down the middle from Tynes, but a 1-0 count on Aiden Garcia. And now it's been switched to 0-1. Who knows? That's strike 2. That one's for sure a strike. So an 0-2 count. The scoreboard went from 0-1 to 1-0, back to 0-1. Caden Tynes ahead of Garcia, no balls and 2 strikes. Now the umpire pauses play. It's 1-1. So 1-1 count. Tynes delivers, and Garcia takes low and out. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Riptide had a 5-game win streak going into last week, but if they lose this, they'd be just 1 for their last 5. Dropping down the standings, they were a half game back of the Foresters, as this count moves to 2-2. They were a half game back of Santa Barbara for first place. Now they're 2.5 back after today. I think they'll still be 2.5 because the Foresters lost as well, but came close to the sun and couldn't quite get there. 2-2 and a liner back up the middle. Cato O'Hara chases it behind the bag, but it's into center field. It's a base hit for Garcia. His first of the day puts him at first base. 1 out. Runner at first here in the 9th inning. A Blues win today would get them a game closer to first. They'd be 5 back of first place. They wouldn't make up any ground on the Saints because the Saints also won today. SLO would get to 500, which is a big hump you have to cross if you're trying to come back and move up the standings. Here's Daniel Garotti, shortstop from Oregon. And Garotti taps it foul. To put it into perspective, we keep saying second league game of the summer. That was nearly, even more than a month and a half ago, where the Blues lost their first game of league play to the Foresters here at home, went to Santa Barbara and won there. They haven't been 500 since. They haven't ever been above 500 this whole season. That curveball's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. So for a team that's viewed themselves as a below 500 team for the entire summer, they'll have a chance to look at the standings again, see themselves at 12-12, and go out tomorrow looking to put themselves above 500 for the first time in the summer. That pitch is outside with a curveball, 2-1. Sometimes the little things like that, where you get to that glass half full moment, it can just change the path of a team, especially down the last couple weeks heading to the playoffs. 2-1 the count on Garotti. Pitch on the way. And a curveball misses out. 3 balls on 1 strike. Blues have, it looked like Matthew Gonzalez stretching out and warming up in the pen, just in case Caden Tynes isn't able to complete the game today. Righty getting warmed up. Garcia at first. And a 3-1. And the pitch is inside. So, a single and a walk, 2 runners aboard, and now Patrick Haxworth will come up. Dean Traynor dormant in the Blues dugout, letting Caden Tynes stay out there. He'll face the lefty Haxworth, who's got 3 singles. He's also grounded into a fielder's choice. DH from UCSD trying to keep this semi-rally working here in the 9th. Oh, well, Haxworth takes inside. Tynes has just not had the same command he had in the 7th and the 8th here in the 9th inning. He got the Chapman to fly out deep to right. Since then, the single and the walk. 2 runners aboard. 1-0 home. Haxworth takes a curveball for a strike. That one landed right where Tynes wanted it. 1-1. Haxworth, Dulick up still, if the Riptide are able to keep this game going. Middle infield double play depth. Tynes delivers, and that curveball's well outside as well. 2 balls on 1 strike. Just bigger misses here in the 9th for Tynes, and maybe that's the sign of a tired arm. Gonzalez continues to warm in the pen for the Blues. Tynes comes set. He brings it home. Haxworth hits it in the air to right. In comes Massiangelo. He makes the catch. No tag from the runner at second, Garcia. Second out of the inning. So good job by Tynes there to come back in the count. Haxworth's eyes lit up. He got a high curveball. Just too much loft underneath it. And the Blues are an out away. Cato O'Hara in to talk with Caden Tynes. Pats him on the back. Sending him out there to try and get this last out. He'll go through Cooper Dulick, the third baseman from Creighton. Tynes delivers, and Dulick takes the first pitch curveball on the inside corner, strike 1. Dulick in this ball game has been hit twice, and he's grounded out to short twice. So he's 0 for 2, but he's been on base 2 times. 2 runners aboard, 2 outs. Garcia at second, Garotti at first. Cuesta righty deals. A swing and a chopper foul. So now ties a strike away. No balls and 2 strikes. And the fans that have waited 4 hours for this game to come to a close rise to their feet. Nearing 10 p.m. here on the West Coast. The Blues a strike away from grabbing the win. 2 runners on, 2 outs, an 0-2 count. Tynes comes set, brings it home. That's poked up in the air. First base side, Hansen into foul territory. He camps under it, and he makes the catch. The Blues ride the wave, winning on Luau night to improve to 500. It's a 13-8 final as the Blues score 10 unanswered to grab the W, and they improve to 12-12. Tough blow for the Riptide. They were up 8-3. They give up the 10 unanswered runs to the Blues. They fall to 16-11, and we got to be back here tomorrow. Nearly a 4-hour game. It's nearly 10 p.m., and we're going to let you get out of here quick. For Nate Mills, I've been Jack Smith. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Blues Baseball on the Slow Blues Streaming Network. We'll be back tomorrow. Another first pitch at 6:05 as the Blues go for the sweep and look to go above 500 for the first time in the league season. No player interview today. I'm sure they want to go home and sleep. We'll be back here tomorrow, 6:05 p.m. start. Blues and Riptide in Game 2.